this meeting to order. The 5 commissioners are present, and that should be reflected in the minutes. We'll do an invocation with Pastor Darlene Franks from Crossroads Nazarene Church. Pastor Franks.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Thank you for inviting me into the meeting, and I'm honored to pray for this time that you have together. So I was thinking about wisdom. It feels like there's an echo. Is that happening for everybody else?
No, but we hear you with the echo.
Wow, that echo on this side. I'll try it again. So I'll just go ahead and pray with the echo.
Okay.
Solomon was a leader, and he started his ministry as king of Israel well, and he ended terribly. But he gave us some really good proverbs in the scriptures. I thought I'd just read a few to start. The fear of the Lord is a fountain of life, that one may turn away from the snares of death. Whoever is slow to anger has great understanding. Wisdom rests in the heart of a person of understanding, and righteousness exalts a nation. So, Father, I pray today for the leadership of this Douglas County to be hearing the wisdom of God, to be living out righteousness in the decisions they make. And I know, Father, that you are more interested in right relationship with you and each other than in some of the details that sometimes we get hung up on. So I pray for your leadership in this meeting, for love to reign, for peace to be experienced, and for wisdom, the wisdom from above, to be lived out in the decisions of this meeting. We thank you, we praise you, and we give you the glory. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Thank you very much, Pastor. We do need wisdom.
Amen.
Now, we do the Pledge of Allegiance led by our own county manager, Mr. Cates.
Please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. Now we'll move on to public comment. There will be only 2 periods of public comment taken during this meeting, once at the beginning of the board meeting and again at the end of the meeting. Public comment will not be taken on each agenda item. Public comment is limited to 3 minutes per person who has left a voice message on the Douglas County Public Comment phone line 775-783-6007. Once a public comment period has been open, once public comment closes, the voice messages will be played to the public and the county commissioners in the order they were recorded. No more than 1 voice message public comment per person will be played during each public comment period. Douglas County's public comment phone line became available to the public comment at 1 p.m. Public comment will remain open for at least 5 minutes to allow the members of the public to call or until the last caller has finished leaving a voice message on the county's public comment phone line. The board wants to encourage the respectful consideration of all views by members of the public. If the content of any voice message is willfully disruptive or of the meeting by being irrelevant, repetitious, slanderous, offensive, inflammatory, irrational, or amounts to a personal attack or interfering with the rights of others, the voice message will be skipped to the next public comment. At this time, public comment will be taken on those items that are within the jurisdiction and control of the Board of County Commissioners. And so, Ms. Wood, do we have any public comment?
Yes, sir. Natalie Wood for the record. I have 3 so far. I will start playing them.
All right.
Tim Slade. Another regarding Agrhoods. I like a lot of what I read in the packet, especially on the first page, page 385, where it states, quote, some ranchers and farmers may be inclined to sell their property to be developed into housing. Agrhoods offer an alternative to that trend, keeping a large percentage of the land in agricultural use while clustering homes to prevent sprawl. In that regard, Agrhoods would be a complement to the open space plan that will be on the ballot this November, which would likewise give ranchers an alternative to residential development and would help preserve land and agricultural use. I also like the idea of clustering homes to prevent sprawl, as long as it's done with the current limitations on that term. I live in the first clustered development in Douglas County. Back then, there was no bonus for clustering. Later, a 50% bonus was adopted. Some years after that, a 100% bonus was recommended to the board. But Rob Anderson, who represents nearly every developer in the county, urged the board to increase it to 150%, which disappointingly was adopted and is now the rule. Nevertheless, I have always supported clustering and will continue to do so as long as it follows the current regulations. But the devil's always in the details. If Agrhoods are somehow used to increase density beyond that, then I'm likely to oppose it, as will many members of our community who are concerned about too much growth. Any proposal that, particularly that requires a master plan amendment, is likely to be opposed as contrary to the public interest. I do not see anything in the packet that convinces me that Agrhoods need to be included in the master plan update, nor anything in the master plan that would constrain the concept of Agrhoods as presented. I thought that part of the idea was to shorten and simplify the master plan. Part of my concern, however, is raised when I look at the participants in the January 23, 2020 Agrhoods Strategy Work Session, page 396. Almost all the names I see listed there, Park, Walsh, Anderson, Settlemyre, Gerticke, etc., are developers, wannabe developers, development facilitators, and supporters. Many of them have asked for and or received master plan amendments for added density, often receiving area. The most egregious, controversial, and unwarranted example being the 2,500 home giveaway last year to Park Ranch on land where they were allowed only 66 homes. Notably absent from the list of participants is anyone that supports sustainable growth, conservation, or a slowdown in further approvals for development. Using Corley Ranch as an example of an Agrhood is also concerning, since it was the most undeserving and worst board decision this century, until the Park Ranch debacle. There should have been more public outreach on this issue before it came to this point. So even though I like some of the concepts of Agrhood, I'll have to see more detail before I decide whether to support it or not.
Okay, next.
Ellie Waller, W-A-L-L-E-R. I want to thank Jack Jacobs for reaching out to me after seeing my comments. We have exchanged emails. No disrespect is or was intended for his presentation today. I do oppose the Agrhood being looked at and approved today. With that, I strongly urge you as a board to bring back the Agrhood as a joint meeting with the Planning Commission, as well as the BOCC as a workshop. This should not go forward until appropriate policy and code is approved. This is setting a bad precedent for a new zoning district without any impact assessments, etc. This should also be part of the master plan update currently underway. With that said, the citizen survey needs to be removed from circulation and revised to allow the public to participate and provide comprehensive and meaningful input. This just isn't what the planning commissioners and board of commissioners think they want for our communities. How many people know they can even call staff, send in comments to staff, or suggestions to the board members? And of course, this isn't public comment period without me urging you to include community plans in this update. They are the framework for a successful, viable master plan update. Needs must be extended, the master plan, into 2021 to allow for both the Agrhood, the community plans to be incorporated along with proper public input. Thank you.
Okay, next.
This is James McCallum, M-C-A-L-I-P. This is in regards to item 3, Agrhood. I'd like to see what has been done at Corley to find out what the demand is, what kind of results are attained. That is our laboratory to see what results we can achieve with Agrhood, and what are they largest construction company, and her thought was that any proposed Agrhoods, like developments with golf courses, there must be an exit strategy. You have to find out if it doesn't work what you're left with. Thank you.
Okay, that was the last one received, and that was received at 1:03 p.m.
Okay. So we'll go to 107.
Or more past that, sir.
Yes, we are. So we'll go on another 3 minutes to 113. I would remind the board that there is supplemental input that they should be aware of that they could have downloaded. Hopefully everybody did. All right, it's 113. No further public comment having been received, is that correct?
Correct. No further comment has been received.
Okay, then we'd be looking for approval of the agenda. And I would, at this point, indicate that the short agenda, if you just got the lead with the title of each action, is different than the agenda that we have in the with the backup. Items 7 and 8 are reversed. We'll go with the items 7 and 8 that are in the agenda packet. And I will remind people of that when I read the two into the record. So with that, do we have approval of the proposed agenda?
Mr. Chair,
Move to approve.
second.
So we have a motion by Commissioner Nelson, a second by Commissioner Walsh. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any nays? Any nays? No nays. The motion passes 5-0. Now we'll adjourn as the Board of County Commissioners and convene as the Douglas County Liquor Board. And we have one action item for possible action discussion to approve unrestricted caterer's liquor license to existing on-site unrestricted retail liquor license, entertainment endorsement, and the restricted gaming license for L&B Boat Company, LLC, DBA Cooked. Captain Michitarian. Welcome, Ron.
Hello, thank you. This applicant has completed all the required paperwork, has paid the required fees, and the sheriff's office is not in objection to this application.
Okay, do we have any questions from board members? Seeing none, bring it back to the board for their action.
Chair, I move to approve the addition of the unrestricted caterer's liquor license for B&L Boat Company LLC DBA Cooked as presented.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Walsh, a second by Commissioner Ingalls. Thank you, gentlemen. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any nays? No nays? And the motion carries. Now we will adjourn as the Liquor Board and reconvene as the Board of County Commissioners. We'll move on to the consent calendar. The consent calendar minus item B, which was pulled. Do we have a motion on the consent calendar?
Mr. Chair, I would move approval of the consent calendar, items A through P minus item B.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion from Commissioner Walsh, and was the second by Commissioner Rice?
No.
Oh, who seconded the motion?
I did. I think two of us did.
Okay, we'll go with Commissioner Ingalls. He spoke up. So we have a second by Commissioner Ingalls. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any nays? No nays? The motion carries 5-0. Thank you, gentlemen. We'll move on to the administrative agenda. And we'll read the first item into the record. Item 1, for possible action, discussion and approval of John Coster, Senior Vice President and General Manager of Harrah's and Harvey's Lake Tahoe, as a member of the Tahoe Douglas Visitors Authority Board of Directors, as recommended by the Tahoe Douglas Visitors Authority. Mr. Cates.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Tahoe Douglas Visitors Authority was created by the Nevada Legislature in 1997. The TDVA board recommended appointments have historically been brought for the Douglas County Board of Commissioners, and representatives from the gaming properties at the lake must be appointed to the board per statute, per TDVA's statute. The TDVA board has recommended John Coster. His information is in the packet, as well as the board's recommendation letter and the relevant statutes for TDVA. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Mr. Rice, do you have any comments or questions, or what positions?
I do not. I do know that I was at the meeting when Mr. Costner's name came up, and he was greeted with enthusiasm by all members of the board. And at this time, if there's no further discussion, I would like to make the motion.
Any further discussion? I would congratulate Mr. Coster on his promotion, and the first thing we do is put him on another board. Good luck, Mr. Coster. Okay, so we, Mr. Rice, do you have a motion?
I move that we approve the appointment of John Coster, Senior Vice President and General Manager of Harrah's and Harvey's Lake Tahoe, as a member of the Tahoe Douglas Visitors Authority Board of Directors, as recommended by the Tahoe Douglas Visitors Authority.
Second.
So I have a motion by Commissioner Rice, a second by Commissioner Walsh. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any nays? No nays. The motion carries 5-0. Thank you, gentlemen. We'll move on to item number 2. I'll read that into the record as soon as I get it up here. Okay. Item number 2, for possible action, discussion to accept the findings and recommendations of the RAD Strategies Communications Assessment Audit, and to provide direction and feedback to staff regarding the development of an updated comprehensive strategic communications plan for Douglas County. Ms. Blosser and Ms. Ronell Dotson. Who's going first, ladies?
I will be going first there,
Okay.
Chairman. So thank you, Chairman, and members of the Commission, County Manager, and county officials. we are pleased to provide the results and the findings from our assessment. If you remember, this project was approved by this board and this commissioners in November of 2019. The overview that is in your packet, it's on pages 341 to 384. That includes the complete assessment as well as this overview that we'll be providing today. This is a very high-level overview, so we're happy to entertain questions as needed. Obviously, a lot has changed since this was first approved in November of 19, and so it's important to realize that the assessment doesn't, this was all done prior pandemic. The reporting and everything and the interviews were all conducted in January and February, and the report was completed in March. However, it's been updated, and there's sections that have been updated to include notes and for consideration as it relates to the current environment and the COVID rules and where we are now. To support the findings, I'd like to highlight as well towards the end another case study that's also in your packet. So with that, I'm going to screen share real quick here. Did that work?
Yep.
Oh, great. Oh, I hit the wrong button. Let me try that again. Sorry about that. I meant to put it full screen. So there we go.
So it's going to work fine. Miss Blesser's still smiling.
So again, a high-level overview of the key elements of the more comprehensive packet. In here, again, the timeline after approval, we started in December of 19. Again, concluded the research and the findings in March of 2020. The goals of this were to assess the effectiveness and the communications functions, to review the roles of the department itself, including the manager and the part-time intern at the time, which has now been now is a full-time intern position. Provide recommendations on how to effectively integrate this management function within other departments and divisions, to review some of the resources and tools so that the department can operate more effectively, and to provide recommendations on possible opportunities in restructuring the department for growth and other county opportunities down the road. Again, this was conducted pre-pandemic. So we did some research. That's how we started this off. And we did a multi-channel research. It was done through social media. There was a link there. It was an online survey, but it was distributed through social media, through the website, through media, through the Record Courier there. It did a great job of getting the word out for us, the community access channel at the time, and an e-newsletter. The survey was in two components. There was an internal survey and an external survey. And again, the questions were really focused on assessing the communications efforts and the outreach that was taking place. So some of the key findings, and these are more text findings, whereas you'll see in the report some of the more pretty graphs and charts that actually help kind of read through this a little bit better. But the primary source of information where people go to get information when they need to on the county is social media, the local media, email, and the website. We listed the secondary findings as well because we felt that was important to see where the secondary findings might be. And those are your friends and neighbors, neighborhood meetings, through elected officials, and through these commission meetings is where they also receive information. Their main interests, what really interests them and what do they want to know about, are issues affecting their neighborhood, events, commission issues, secondarily, public safety and community issues. And I'll pause real quickly because I think that a majority of this assessment still remains intact, even considering the pandemic and where we are now. There are some things that I would say might change based on some of the other comments and things we saw. And I think this would be one area where probably the public safety and community issues might be ranking higher than it was prior. The other one was how they want to receive information. So the first question was obviously where they go. The next one is how do they prefer to receive it? And the other one was, the answers was email, social media, or attending a meeting. So that was good to know as well. When it comes to an emergency, where do people go? They go to social media, they're going to the local media, and they're asking their friends and neighbors. They're also going to our website and getting text messages from the county. I believe that if you were to also delve deeper into some of these things, I think the website, especially over the last several months, would probably jump up to be more of a primary means. The internal survey was done with employees. We asked them how they get their information and how they're informed of what's going on. 57% indicated that they read the email updates, and 29% said they felt informed. The ease of finding information, where did they go and how did they find that as something that was like on the website or something easy for them to go to? 53% say it was easy to find, and 43% said they'd had to search a little bit more for it just because they weren't familiar with where it might be. Useful tools for our internal audiences is internal email, the newsletter, the website, intranet, emergency alerts, and social media. The county newsletter, 50% found that useful. And I would note here that the county newsletter that is received is the same newsletter that's distributed through the residents. That's also received internally. 57% said they felt informed. The perception on how the county responds reactively versus proactively to communications, 60% felt that the county was proactive. So now it comes down to some recommendations. And again, these are detailed in your packet and in that supplemental material. And each one of these categories has a little bit more information. It includes a timeline. It includes some key milestones that would take place in there, as well as some recommended steps to go through the process over the next, either immediately or through a time period. So the first one, and these are really in no particular order, actually, although the first one is probably the most pressing, would be to develop a strategic communications plan for the county. And I know Melissa and her office have started that. And so it's there, it's getting in process, but it's really taking a lot of this data that we've developed and found and implementing it into an actual plan that the department can follow and lead the county on. Develop and assign an annual department budget is another component. Develop a personnel plan and department structure. As I mentioned, we have in the department right now, Bailey, who operates as a full-time intern position, and there's some recommendations in the document to look at reclassifying that position. Plan for ongoing professional development so that we have the best and most talented and most knowledgeable team around. Streamlining tactics and activities to become a little bit more effective and efficient. Continue with some developing PIO support and cross-training. I would say this is another critical area that's really, I'll go a little bit further in an example. Look at the internal audiences communication plan and develop something there. As you saw from that internal survey, the employees can really be a great advocate for the county. They're residents, they live and work in the community, and having them be able to communicate and what's going on is critical to success. Look at developing a county toolkit for one voice messaging in departments and external audiences where needed. Really complete a thorough brand integration. Melissa's office has done a great job of implementing those on levels and actually delving deeper into that and having it through all channels and all departments would really enhance the branding appeal and future marketing efforts. More consistent communication and integration plan with the residents. There's opportunities there that were outlined. Multi-channel communication based on audience. The audience is looking for information in a variety of resources, as we see all the time, but especially over the last several months, social media, the website has become a primary audience driver, as well as the local media. Review and plan for enhanced digital strategies as we continue to, more people are obviously staying at home and working, that we've noticed. Not necessarily always here, but there is plans for that. So there are some opportunities to enhance and reach people where they are. And then create that brand consistency throughout. So the next steps would be to, if we were to rank them, would really be to develop that communication plan, look at the department's structure and functions, the PIO support and cross-training, that internal communications plan, and then establish a timeline for that implementation and develop steps and measures to review that quarterly. And real quick, just sharing the other document that we have that's a great case study to show. Again, this is in your packet as well. And this is a case study that was really completed over the incident that happened in August, the protest. So just diving into some of this quickly on the top end of it, the top portion of that talks about staff hours that were developed to that. Melissa herself had 135 hours in the less than 2 week time frame. You'll see the other resources that were allocated to help with this and to help manage the communications. And what exactly were they managing? If you look down on the left-hand column, there's public statements and concern. 69 were forwarded through the website. There were 122 emails and 56 media emails. But the call volume is pretty substantial. There was the Joint Information Center, obviously calls, but then Melissa's cell phone with nearly 280 calls. There was also through the regular channels that we talked about through the social messaging and outreach, Facebook messages, the Twitter messages, even Instagram, and Nextdoor was monitored too to make sure. On the right-hand side, you see just a list of all the activities that were led by the communications office during this incident. I'm not going to read this. This is just a summary of activities that happened during the time frame. This one, the couple things to point out as additional data and social post engagement. This is what the office does in order to be able to respond effectively and to respond to what might be happening or sentiment or everything. You have to monitor everything. So you can see the mentions here with Douglas County and the Sheriff's Department receiving their messages that had to be monitored. And then also the key social posts. These were really, really interesting to see, obviously the joint release and how many people that were reached, but also the briefing that took place that morning and the views that it was able to achieve. So all of that took a lot of management and a lot of time and resources. That actually supports a lot of the recommendations that were in the plan, which is why we wanted to highlight that case study really quickly for you about the key components. So with that, again, I would turn back and just say that this is being provided, obviously, for your adoption and feedback, as it says in the agenda, to develop an updated, with the call to action being to develop an updated comprehensive strategic communications plan as a priority for the county.
All right. Ms. Blosser, did you want to add anything to this? You're muted.
Thank you.
There you go.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Thank you for the opportunity to speak real quick. I want to thank the board for giving us this opportunity to really take this deep dive into this. You don't really know what is going on until you get that third party to come in and kind of poke holes and really deep dive into our audiences to let us know where we can make efficient and effective changes. So I think Renell did a really good job of providing that data to you and all the research, and hopefully that can really help us. We can do a data-driven communications plan, and that will really help us. It's not just based off my opinion. It's based off best practices and all that data that Renell has collected from our residents and visitors. So that I will open it up to any questions that you guys may have.
All right. Questions? Commissioner Ingalls.
Thank you, Chair. I'll direct this towards Ms. Dotson. So the important thing with any website is content and not pictures and things like that, because typically people are going there for information. And I use the website for information, and in its current configuration, I found it not to be very intuitive. And that makes it a lot easier to navigate. And the other thing is that I didn't see anything where it links directly to well, it links to the sheriffs, but to the other entities in the county, like say, the library and things like that. They may be on there, but I didn't notice them. And the reason I got in there and prowling around was because we've been getting a lot of calls in regard to problems with the VHRs. And the information on the VHRs was on there, but it seemed to be like some was over here and some was over there. And some of it is in Title 20. So my point being, intuitive and content are so vital. And it's probably in there. I just couldn't find it. And that's what I noticed. And I sent a bunch of old pages to Patrick Cates going, what is this stuff? So there's a lot of, I don't know whether it's supposed to be in there or not, or you wanted it, but things that are historical, but I don't know whether that's necessary or not. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you. And I would, I might ask Melissa to jump in, but I would say that that's part of the strategic plan. Developing that comprehensive strategic plan is to take a deeper look and to really poke holes in the website and poke holes into some of these a little bit further. Melissa?
Yeah, thank you for bringing that forward. I think the way that the website is set up right now it was redone in 2018. We really set that up on best practices that are set forward by government websites, working with Civic Live, which is one of the number 2 government website designers in the country. So a lot of those drop-down issues or the department issues that you mentioned, Mr. Engels, are in the drop-down menu under government. We redirect to all of our other departments. Some of our redirects are directing to elected official websites, which sometimes makes the navigation a little tricky because some of our elected officials have their own websites. So the search engine doesn't search through their websites. That being said, there are definitely always areas for us to improve. We have right now different admins through departments that are assigned to provide content. I think also there's some areas of opportunity through that communication strategic plan to streamline some of that, to help with some of that content development, because some of our admins are not website writers. But based on the sheer volume that we have coming through this office, it's pretty difficult for us at this time to manage all the different departments and all the content that is actively going onto the website. So I think that's another area where we can streamline that information and help those admins with some of that content development and make a more unified message coming out and moving forward.
Chair, additional comment?
Sure. Go ahead, sir.
You know, Melissa, what you're doing is huge. And you have a contact list for your emails that is, I think it's beyond what anybody else might have. I mean, it's huge because you try to get out to so many people, so many entities, so many places. And what you're doing is not going unnoticed. It is a vital communication link between the county and everybody out in the community. I don't know how you're ever going to get up to like 80 or 90%. Some people are just not interested, but the people who are interested, getting up in the 50, 60% range is doing good. So I know it's a lot of work, but it is vital. And you guys, please don't misunderstand. It doesn't go unrecognized what you're dealing with. So good work, and just keep digging at it. That's all you can do. Thank you.
Further questions, comments? Commissioner Walsh. You're muted, Larry.
Thank you. Just an additional comment. I kind of agree with Commissioner Engels about the website being intuitive. For example, every time I go to look for the update of the master plan, it takes me a bunch of clicks and facts and whatever to get to it. Perhaps, Melissa, we could have on the website hot topics and list the 5 major hot topics in the county right now, whether it's master plan, fires, whatever. It'd be a lot easier to get to. Thank you.
Any further comments?
Oh, yeah. I'm just thinking about that in conjunction with what Commissioner Walsh said. And I think all of us should help Melissa too, to give her ideas of what seems to be of germane importance to folks in the county. Like the status of the slaughterhouse review in the court, and things of that nature. It's the people that are working on that, they send stuff to me, but it would help Melissa to get that communique too. I haven't sent it to her. I didn't think about it. And I don't know if you're getting it, Melissa, but there's so much going on all the time. Even we have a hard time keeping up. So to keep you informed too, it's incumbent upon us to get information to you that we're hearing. You may already have it, but it might be a reminder of something else you could keep the people in the county abreast of. Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? I have one comment, and that is when I was reviewing the number of phone calls that Melissa got and the emails, I would guess that each of the commissioners got as many emails and probably, at least 3/4 of the number of phone calls, but that data is not captured. And one of the things that we need to work on is a unified statement on, especially during these kinds of emergencies. And oftentimes we're caught kind of flat-footed on it. And I know that it'd be highly irregular, but maybe even we make a mistake in the public relations department when we speak, creating more work for Melissa. And I think that we need to have some kind of coordination device, system, protocol that lets Melissa know that we're being contacted and what we're saying in regard to that. I think it's important to give us a better unified voice. I don't know how to explain it any better, but certainly we don't want to undercut what you're doing or what the sheriff is doing or what the county manager is doing. At least I think that we don't want to. I'm seeing heads nod, so I'm assuming that's correct. Is there a methodology?
You bring up a good point. And Melissa would be the clearinghouse of what you're talking about.
Right.
Is this, because you're getting stuff that I'm not getting and vice versa. Right. And she could be that focal point to direct that to, and let her and the county manager decide whether it's germane to push out to the public as an update or something, because and Melissa does a better job than the Record Courier. She gets out to more people. But sometimes she doesn't get the information. So
I'm wondering, how do we make sure that we're coordinating well with you? One of my thoughts was, especially on the phone calls, that we have a central phone clearing thing, that maybe all of our phones would ring in your office.
I won't do that to her.
That's a little facetious, but it's something like that. Because sometimes they're just asking for information, and I don't want to make it up on the fly. That I never do well with that. Melissa, you're going to say something?
Sure. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. So during an incident, we have the hotline number that gets activated, and we put together a list of frequently asked questions. And that is kind of to serve, hopefully to serve and to aid you guys in directing residents to that information hotline, because you may not know the answer, but sometimes these things are just moving so quickly and things change rapidly. So we're not able to brief you as quickly as they're changing. And I'm on the phone, with the media, and the calls that I gave you, the number was just the media calls. That doesn't mean I wasn't on the phone with other residents or people or individuals. And as I'm sure all of you guys were as well, because the call volume just exceeds, I think, the level of what any of us are able to manage during some of these things. And so that's what the call center is for. And that's what the Joint Information Center is for, where we take all that information, which is verified from the IC, we make sure that's all a unified command, and then we take the scripts to the call center, and then the residents are getting that information right from the call center. And we try to base it off all the information we're getting in from social media, from calls, from everything. So then we're not just pushing information out, we are monitoring everything coming in. And then we're looking at tracking trends and themes and all of the stuff that's coming in. We look at those themes and then we push it back out. And so that we can answer those frequently asked questions, try to get people the correct information. And we hope that you guys can utilize that as a tool. And then, of course, always, like I know in this recent incident, we did that joint statement together. I think that was great. And Patrick helped facilitate that. And I think you guys, coming together and doing those types of things on a regular basis, and maybe we need to get in a better rhythm of doing something like that, so you guys feel like you're in unison and you're playing your part. And, I fully understand that residents want to hear from you guys. They want you guys to know that you're in tune. They want to know that you're part of the process. And I think that's really important. You guys need to be out front. You're our leadership. And so any way that I'm open to any ideas that you guys might have to better that moving forward. But I hope that those call centers and activating those, they're a lot of work for us. So I really hope that they do work for you and you can direct residents to those places.
Well, it's something that we definitely need to work on. And I'm sure that Ms. Dotson is now incorporating that in her little plan.
Check.
And are there any other comments from commissioners? Mr. Cates, do you have, Melissa actually works for you, so do you have any questions or comments to the board?
No, I just I want to compliment Ms. Dotson on her work and the report that she provided. It does recognize the need for more resources to be able to meet the need. It's very hard for one person to manage that. I will say that we have made some efforts within my authority to address that. As was referenced, we made the intern position full-time rather than part-time. Also assigned Assistant County Manager Jennifer Davidson to support Melissa and serve as backup. Although I think when you look at the volume of calls and correspondence and all the stats, that it's probably not enough to meet the need. There's a lot more that we could be doing, and I think it's very important, not only from a reactive standpoint, but also a proactive standpoint. One of my priorities is to tell our story to the public and not just be reactive to an emergency situation. There's a lot of good work that's being done at the county, and I think we need to highlight that, but it takes time and effort to do that. And hopefully that's something that we can talk more about, what additional resources we might be able to bring to bear through the budgeting process as you look at priorities for the county.
Well, I know that we have a packet full of information and suggestions on ways to go. Do you have a plan of which items need to be accomplished now or in the future? And I know you're looking for us to take some action. I'm not quite sure of exactly what kind of action. I mean, approve the plan, but are we talking about a step plan, or are we talking about approve it all at one time? What's your concept here?
I think the ask today is to just accept the report as written, and we'll bring back, mostly through the budget process, of items that we can address going forward.
So we'll accept the report with actions to come. Is that kind of what you're looking to do?
Yes.
Okay, and I assume that, yes, Mr. Cates, go ahead. I mean, I'm sorry, Mr. Engels, please.
These are a couple of technical questions. Are we hosting the webpage internally, or is there a third party that is hosting it for us?
We do not host that internally. We host it through Civic Live, which, as I mentioned before, that's the #2 government website provider in the country.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, gentlemen, do we have any additions or corrections, or are we looking for a motion, or do we want to just accept it and move on? We could just motion to accept it if that's what the board.
I move to accept the information as presented.
Second.
So I have a motion by Commissioner Ingalls, a second by Commissioner Walsh. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, then any nays? All right, then the motion carries 5-0. We'll move on to item number 3, if we can pull it up in time. I'm getting through the background. I will get to it. I lost my little agenda finder. So bear with me, gentlemen. All right, Mr. Walsh, if you've got that item, would you pull it up and read it into the record? Number 3.
Sir. Yes, sir. Item number 3, for possible action, presentation and update on the Agrhoods Economic Vitality Project and discussion to accept the Douglas County Agrhoods Strategy Framework. Lisa Granahan, Jack Jacobs, and Sam Booth.
And who's going to go first? Mr. Booth?
I will, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, okay. Lisa, please.
Lisa Granahan, Economic Vitality Manager, for the record. Good afternoon, everyone. Since 2017, the Economic Vitality Agrhood team, more commonly known as the Agrhood Interest Group, has been researching trends in Agrhood communities and educating itself on the benefits. 13 presentations have been made to community groups, and the board has received regular updates. I don't have to tell you how important ranching and farming are to our community and our quality of life. And agriculture is important as an economic sector. Yet 70% of ranchers and farmers are reporting that they're not profitable. And many indicate that their children do not have intentions of continuing to work the land after they retire. Accordingly, we have seen a trend with ranches and farms being sold and developed into housing. Agrhoods present an alternative to this trend, where large percentages of land can be kept in agricultural use and homes can be clustered to prevent sprawl. This year's Agrhood Economic Vitality Team update provides not only a project status and teamwork, but an overview of an Agrhood strategy framework for your consideration. It details future works and tasks to be done. Making the presentation today with the PowerPoint is Jack Jacobs. He is our Economic Vitality Champion in the Agrhoods team. You also, and he's a volunteer, and you also know him and probably his wife Diana as they own Jacobs Berry Farm. Also with us is Cheryl Gonzalez. She's the co-chair or the co-champion of this team. She's the executive director of the Western Nevada Development District. I have asked Sam Booth, our planning manager, to be here today to be available for any kind of planning related questions that you might have. And I did want to mention that our planning manager, Sam Booth, Tom Dallaire, and Sam Taylor from the District Attorney's Office have all reviewed this Agrhood framework strategy and have made comments which we have incorporated. And with that, I will turn it over to Jack Jacobs, He'll share his PowerPoint and start the presentation.
All right, Mr. Jacobs, welcome.
Thank you. So let me see, does this work? Oops. Sorry. Is that working, guys? I don't know.
Yep.
It is? All right.
I can see it.
Thank you. So first off, I would like to invite everybody that's listening to come to our farm and buy berries. This is the peak of the season. If I can put that commercial in there, I appreciate it. I guess I did.
We do have a fee schedule for that advertising.
Yeah. Okay. We'll get you offline, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
I'd just like to open, you all know that Cheryl and I, and before that, Steve Lewis, have been working on this subject for a long time. And I know a lot of you know I have passion and interest, and as a way, I think, to help this community in the future. I also want to, as we start into this presentation, I've listened to some of the comments that you've received so far, as well as I've just sent out to some of the people that routinely come to this farm that I've talked to about Agrhoods for many years. There's some wonderful comments there. I hope you'll all look at them. I think I have 15 or 16 of them that have submitted comments, plus the folks that are on our team, to give you a little more insights on the positive side of it. I have spoken. I chose not to go out to all of our customers. That would be like 1,500 people. I didn't want to overwhelm you with 1,500 comments today, but they're out there. I've talked to every one of them over the years. This is an idea that is highly supported within our community, and I don't want that understated. The other thing as we go through here, I want to make a note that as we get to the subject of the strategy itself and why we put the strategy together, really is the reason for all of the comments that I've noticed. It is the solution to all their questions. It's a process over the next 3 or 4 years or 2 years, whatever, to complete the strategy, where all of those issues that they brought up will be answered. It is not today's role for you to accept this strategy that is implementing anything. It's just a way, it's accepting a strategy and a report that says, go do these things, guys. So it's there's a lot of time and room to deal with this later. All right, with that, let me jump in on what our committee has done. Let's see. Can you still see me?
Yes.
Okay. So, as Lisa said, we've presented to several people. We've presented to you guys, in which case previous presentations, we went into a little bit of detail, not a lot, but a little bit of detail about what an Agrhood is or could be. We worked with the Plan for Prosperities for the towns. They adopted and actually recommended a strategy to be prepared, which we did. We went out and, the question, me as a farmer, my wife and I as a farmer, have learned something important that an Agrhood would want answered. And that is, okay, if I grow it, will anybody come buy it? I mean, this is a classic question. Right now, for instance, our farm has gone from maybe selling 2 or 3 flats a day to 20 a day. And so it's not just, will we buy it, but will you come back and come back and come back? So there's a lot of interesting economic aspects to it. So we went out and got a $52,000 grant, which I'll talk more about. If we grow it, will you buy it? And lastly, we've put together the strategy, which we'll talk about in a minute. So the purpose of that grant I speak of is to look more detailed into the kinds of crops that could be grown here and could be used. And I don't want it limited. Think beyond just growing berries or growing lettuce. It could be the kind of crops that generate money and provide processing opportunities. Here, I often bring up the idea of putting lavender out there. There's a huge commercial opportunity for lavender. But beyond that commercial activity is a processing facility. So you build a facility that turns that harvest into products. It's not unlike Starbucks. And Starbucks is a very important economic part of this community. They're the producer side, not the harvesting side. Here we could close that loop and have both. So we have opportunities for jobs and economy and money that could come from crops that are grown here. So what are they? And so we need to look into that. That's part of this study. fully funded, 100% funded by the USDA. We also want to go out and look at the interest and capabilities to do this. So do local farmers or ranchers, or specifically the landowners, do they want to get into that idea? Are there people, we have, for instance, we have a company here in town that makes teas and spices and those kind of things. Do they want us to do that? And I know we've talked to some who specifically says, I have a list of things, Jack, I think you guys ought to grow. So we want to get into that much more detail, and we have an excellent consultant I think will get us there. Unfortunately, it's been slowed down because of coronavirus. His tasks, which are temporarily on hold, is to get out and actually do a detailed market survey. Again, what can be grown? Look at the farmers. What can they grow? These are really important aspects of it. And then look into the Agrhood. I'm hearing somebody. I'm sorry. Is it my background? Are we okay?
No, I can hear it too. It's annoying. Whatever the background's coming from, somebody's talking to somebody.
I think it's Miss Granahan.
Okay. So we want to turn that into what specifically, from an Agrhood standpoint, could be grown within an Agrhood. What other people have learned from doing that, and how those kinds of crops or those kinds of potential buyers would work. A classic example that we see from our work we've done with Agrhoods already is that when you build houses, and in this case villages and commercial places within an Agrhood, you've built in your market. You built in people that want to buy that local food. That's a key part of what might be the market in the future. Not all, just part of what maybe make it a success. So then the next part of our work plan, or specific items we think are needed to be done, are community outreach. And this is the kind of things I think I've read about a lot of the comments that have been made on the item 3 in front of you. It is very important to get out and find out what our own community wants, and get their input on that whole idea. But there's many different ways you can do an Agrhood, and so there's lots of need for input. So that is a key task to be done within the next couple of years, not today. And lastly, we're looking for some examples of doing it. I think we'll learn by doing, so getting 1 or 2 kinds of demonstration projects. Could be here, or we might even find some places elsewhere where we can get a little more details that relate to us. So that's our work plan. The strategy that we put together, I heard some comments about the group. Unfortunately, I show a picture and a list of names. I don't think that was everything, but that was just a start, just to identify some first feels of people, first feelings from people about what might be of interest. Would there be any interest in Agrhoods? There's a picture there that these are the landowners here, guys, that will have to play a key role. What do they think? So that was one of our things. We had some other people that have shown interest in Agrhoods, so we certainly interviewed them. We had some developers, of course, because they need to make an investment in it. And I agree, we need to look at other people. We definitely need to get to the community in general and get their input. So we got this consultant. He had this detailed experience. He's done this stuff many times before. That's why you get a consultant. You need to tap their experience. But most of the work that was done on the strategy was done by our team. So I just want to make that clear. We have a great partnership and a minor funding from the county to do this work. So the action plan we put together was the first. Because the master plan is moving forward, we need to find a way to get these ideas into the master plan. They will not be detailed ideas. They cannot be detailed ideas because we have not completed the strategy work yet. But just to create a place to continue to grow the Agrhood idea. Another really important thing is to develop a conservation Agrhood code. That was something that we learned early on, that you can have an Agrhood that often is termed greenwashing. And the one in Davis, which I think one of the commenters commented about, is an example of what you don't want, I don't think any of us want in this community. A very, very small 6 or 7 acres of agriculture with hundreds of homes. It just does not make sense. That's why you need a strategy. We need to do that. And what we've found so far in the discussions is you're probably talking 40, 50, 60, even 70% of open space or conservation is needed as part of an Agrhood development. And I think that's what I hear the community wants, but we certainly want to get out there and get their input. We want to identify the case for, I'll call it the business case for Agrhood developments. So, okay, what's in it for me as the guy putting it together, and what's in it for our community? And we have identified a lot of benefits already, but we want to get that in a little more detail. You know, what does it cost to do it? Those kinds of things. We've seen many examples where it is extremely financially beneficial to a community. And we see that it's financially beneficial to the farmer. It can be. So we want to build that case with this action plan. Next, we want to identify some potential locations. So where in our beautiful 100,000 acres of possible, or 70,000 acres of possible land that's open out there, not to say that you're going to fill it with Agrhoods, but where's the best place to put it? And I think there's been some comments about that too. We often get comments about that for other kinds of developments. So we think that's an important task. Then we want to get into some visioning sessions and an outreach plan. Like I said, same thing with our food marketing study. We want to reach out and see what the community wants and needs or limitations. I think as some people have said, the devil's in the details. Well, this is a place to get into the details and get those things flushed out. And lastly, we want to do some specific pilot projects. Again, looking for places where we could put them, test them, and flesh out even more details. So that's our action plan. I think those are simple steps. We have some tentative dates identified in the report. I hope all of you have had a chance to look at that report, so that over the next couple of years we can get this filled in. Lastly, from our group standpoint, we're still in operation. We work together. We probably put over 2,000 hours of effort, volunteer effort, into where we've gotten to today by today. But we still want more. There's still more to learn. There's still a lot more detail, especially as we get into this action plan. We want to do some more sites surveys. Find successful Agrhoods. Like I said, when we went to Davis, it was called the Cannery. That site that I've talked about, we don't think was successful. That sometimes is where you learn the most. But we want to find some successful ones, and we love to share that with other people that are interested to go visit these places. We want to speak with the community on the concepts. We want to engage the development community itself. We have no existing developers in our community that have done this kind of thing. So we want to engage with them and get their interest. And then finally, as we've said before, we want to implement the strategy we talked about, and we want to complete our study. So that's our follow-up plan for our group. We look for your support to continue to do this and accepting of the strategy. I have, I think as Ellie said on one of her comments here for you early on, I've openly asked many of you and others to come to our farm in a major harvest time to see and feel what it's like at a farm and see the wonderful benefits of having this kind of thing here. We can't satisfy the demand of people for all of our berries. We always sell. I sold all of our berries this morning, for instance, by 11 o'clock. And we're talking about 20, 30 flats of food a day. So I'm here to say that there is a demand for local food, and we'll keep you informed about details about that. But I encourage you to support our strategy. That's it. Thank you.
Unmuted. Okay. Questions from commissioners?
Sure.
Mr. Ingles.
Mr. Jacob, I have to compliment you on you grow the best blackberry I've ever had. They're far superior to the ones we have here on the ranch.
Thank you.
And
testimonials.
You have put in a substantial amount of effort and capital to get where you're at today. And where I live, it's somewhat similar. We live on the old Kimmerling Ranch. It used to be zoned RA, rural agricultural, about 5 years ago. It was changed to rural. And I, like you, like to get out there and get on my tractor and do things. The big difference is you grow blackberries, I fight weeds. And we have about 160 acres in aggregate here. that could be put into some sort of cultivation. But the folks some of them have horses, so that doesn't work. Some of them have reached an age where they can't do it, or they don't have the capital or the inclination to get involved in anything other than growing weeds. And I've made a substantial capital investment in commercial level weed abatement equipment. Not only is the county out here, but I do it on the ancillary things, like on the irrigation ditches and things of that nature. So even though this would be considered, I think, an agri-hood, nothing ever been put in. They did try to grow alfalfa, because that's what Kimmerling used to grow out here. And the question I have is, if there is a demand for these products, why aren't some of these farmers and ranchers growing them now?
Is that a question to me?
Yes, sir.
Well, I think we should ask them. What we've asked them so far in that area, they've said they think that's the future. They think that could be the case. It's called specialty crops. These are called profitable crops. And so part of it is the benefit of our study. We can find that they may be profitable to them to do that, and then we can teach them how to do that. So I'm just encouraged that what we have laid out with our Agrhood group is an opportunity to have more farmers do that, because it'd be wonderful if they could make more money.
We have a pretty short growing season here, as you're aware of. There was a guy down on Edna last year. He leased about 10 acres. I don't know where he was from. He tried to grow hemp. It didn't work. And hemp won't work here, because come September, even though it's really hot right now, there will probably be a couple nights in September where it hits 32 degrees and can wipe out a hemp crop. And one of the things I've always found curious about is that the ranchers in this area stick pretty much to alfalfa and cattle. And since the very beginning with the first ranchers here, it's been the same thing. You get out into Yarrington and that area, they start to get into some more specialized crops. I think they've got a warmer climate coming into fall. I tried to grow cantaloupe one season, and that didn't work. I mean, they had 2 nights, it hit 32 degrees, it was gone. The only thing I've been successful at growing was winter wheat, and that worked great, but I didn't know what to do with it. So these are the things that I'm curious about. How
Yeah, I have a couple of responses. One,
Okay.
if you step back, it's 1900, and the people that lived here did not go to Raley's to get their food, right? They grew their own food within the climate that we have today, and they canned the food. They didn't have an opportunity to freeze the food like we do today, but that's one way to extend your season. The other is today, this week, I picked probably 300 pounds of apples and pears and have sold them. As soon as I'm done with this meeting, I'm picking peaches. And when I go to sell them to my local neighbors here, they say, I have a lot of peaches, I have a lot of pears, I have a lot of stuff. So there's a lot of things that are being grown in the backyards of the people in our community that validate that there's a lot of other stuff that could be grown. What we need is that more commercial operation so that we can sell it to Reno, so we can sell it to places adjacent to us where there's people that are willing to pay for it and enrich our community. So I think it's just a matter of putting it together. We call it leadership, make it happen. And I think an Agrhood will provide that opportunity for professional management of a farm that's focusing on these, what I call specialty crops.
Well, then my question is, if it's going to be professionally managed and it's going to have homes on it in a growing area, why the need for the developments there. Why not just help put it into a ranch and grow these things? Because the people that buy into this development, they don't maybe have the interest that you and I have in maintaining these areas. And we have a lot of folks out here, you know, the apples and peaches and so forth, and they wind up on the ground and they wind up feeding them to their horses. So I understand what you're saying. There's no collective centralized focus on what to do with these products. And it could be done. It will grow here, but I don't see making an agri-hood rather than just having an agricultural area.
Yeah, so I understood. I think 3 or 4 years ago when Steve Lewis and I got together, that was the question, same question. Why don't they do it? They don't do it. So how can we get it started? And the idea of Agrhoods popped up as a sort of a way to show it's possible, but you have it done within a reasonable area to do it. And so I stood forward and started in 2010 to grow berries. And I had a lot of local people, farmers, ranchers, landowners say, that won't work, you know, weather, whatever it is. And guess what? I had the persistence to make it work. So I try to provide an example to other ranchers and farmers and landowners. There is an alternative to alfalfa. There is an alternative to animals. It is not a supplement. It's not an elimination of that, but it's a supplement. And so I pursue the idea of Agrhoods as another example of what Jack does, as in a way to extend it. You know, if you read the comments that our friends here that come to our farm wrote to you in the last 24 hours, you'll see a lot of reasons why we need more of that. So I agree with you. It would be nice if some of the existing folks did that. Maybe they're just too busy to jump into something else. Maybe they've tried something in the past that didn't work. That's why we put this $52,000 grant together to study it, to give them some information, do a couple pilots, try some examples, and show the profitability of it.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions, comments? Commissioner Nelson.
Yeah, I'm wondering why the Corley Ranch didn't succeed. Isn't that kind of an agri-hood concept? 250 condos, another area to grow crops and stuff, and it just hasn't got off the ground, and that's been out there for 7-8 years now.
Yeah, good question. And it's not something I can answer, obviously. Maybe someone on staff can answer that, but it's, you know, I don't know. Sometimes it's individual commitments.
They were asking too much money for the property.
Exactly. That's what I was going to say. They're asking too much money for the property, so it's not penciling out for a developer.
That answer your question, Dave?
Not really, but okay, yeah. I agree they were asking too much money, but there weren't any offers even. So, you know, it's if it's something that people think they can develop, they would at least make an offer on it. But there haven't even been any offers.
No, there is an offer on it. There are people looking at it right now. Having said that,
I haven't seen it, so I don't know.
Having said that, any other questions? You know, Jack, I like this idea from the first time you presented it, and we talked about it in 2010. Well, actually, it was 2013. I brought it back to our homeowners association because we have 225 acres, which was going to be a golf course. And now it's walking paths and extremely brittle sagebrush. And it seems to me if somebody came in here, a professional rancher came in here and put in corn and, I don't know, watermelon and cantaloupe and that kind of thing, it not only is better looking than the sagebrush, but it could provide a profit or it could provide an income to that rancher or farmer, and it could provide a offset to the homeowners association. But more importantly, is it's not kindling for a fire because it would be watered throughout the entire homeowners association area, which is 500 acres. And it was turned down by two people that were on the board at the time. And their concern was they didn't want to even have a presentation on it, if you'll remember. And the reason that they didn't is they were concerned about pests and pesticides and dust. And so I think those have been answered because you're talking about organic products in the first place. And in the second place, the water that you use can keep the dust down. It also would help in terms of having an ancillary well. We did, in fact, have a well within the homeowners association that was cemented because they wanted to take that water right down to the Minden pumping station. But it is all possible, and it is a good concept. I think the critics of the idea at this point are premature because we don't even have anybody that's a demonstration, like Dave was saying about Corley Ranch. The Corley Ranch had one real advantage in that they were going to take all of the TDRs off of Fred Stodik's property and preserve all along the river from almost Highway 395 to 88, where Fred owns. And that's a huge benefit. Those are all benefits of an Agrhood. And I think they need to be emphasized. And I think given people's concern for fire, that ought to be one of your primary selling points right now, especially to homeowners associations. And the homeowners association doesn't have to do anything except turn it over to somebody else to run, but it's a selling product. It's a selling aspect. And you got to have some people that can really sell the product. And you're selling yourself short because you introduce yourself as a farmer, but most of us know you as a civil or a mechanical engineer and water specialist.
Civil. Don't call me a mechanical. I'm a civil.
I forgot how civil you are. And it's important that you have some expertise beyond just the ability to farm and the stick-to-itiveness to see it through. If there's any one attribute, that's what we need throughout this thing. But it's a concept that we should explore more and see what we can do to sell it. The Dangberg Ranch, as you pointed out, they raised everything that they ate there.
Yeah.
And we've lost that kind of capability and thought because we want to, part of the problem is that you can't get employees to work the ranch. And you have a really ready-made group of people who are very interested in seeing you be successful. So they come out and help you pick berries and do that kind of thing. And it's almost like a little family unit. And that's an important aspect also that's lost in getting the ranching community back and cohesive. So I congratulate you on being persistent. Commissioner Walsh?
Thank you.
Yeah, I just a comment. I have occasion every once in a while to go out to the landfill on Bentley's property. And you pass through their little village where a lot of their seasonal workers live. And I got to tell you, I don't know what it is with these folks, but they've got green thumbs because they have awesome looking gardens and they grow all sorts of stuff right there on the ranch for their own consumption.
Right. So it can be done. We've got some small proof of concepts, but we need a larger one. And that will help preserve the agricultural environment of the county.
And the economy. There's a whole bunch of benefits and stuff. And I think with your support on pursuing this strategy, we're going to bring out a lot of interesting stuff for both you and the community about how this could be, make this county a much more enriched area than even it is today.
Well, thank you. Do we have any other comments?
Chair, yeah.
Please, Mr. Ingles.
A couple. In conjunction with this master plan consideration, you know, we need to understand the economic impact that Agrhoods might have in the development and on the county. Another thing is that before the vote today to endorse the Agrhoods, the proposal, it should be brought before planning. I know it wasn't the past, but it's been a while, and their input would be important to us, and out of common courtesy using the Planning Commission. The other thing too that is pending is the open space initiative, and this could have a positive impact on the local farmers and ranchers. And I've talked to a lot of these guys, and one of their big problems, of course, is inheritance tax. And there's a lot of young cowboys and young cowgirls that would like to get into ranching or farming, but there's the financial implications, even if they're family members, because of the inheritance tax. So in the event that the open space initiative does pass, it's going to have a substantial consideration factor on the land that is available out there for ranching and farming. So these are just some thoughts that are pending. The other thing that's going on right now, there's so much going on and being put before all of us and the voters and the people who live in any community. You know, we've got the master plan considerations. We've got all the nonsense going on with the vote coming up. We have the open space. All of this is competing for people's attention. And this needs, I think this should have, out of consideration to the community, a broader outreach to give them more information about how this is proceeding. Because I've talked to a lot of people and they don't have any idea what it is. Thank you.
Well, Mr. Ingles, let me clarify one thing. We're only working on strategy for economic development. We're not including this in the master plan. That's what they're pointing toward, but that would have to go to the Planning Commission before we did anything. So this is just a vote today on the strategy for economic development. Is that not correct, Ms. Granahan?
That is correct. The requested motion would be to accept the Agrhoods strategy framework today.
Yeah. So we're not going around the Planning Commission. This has to go to the Planning Commission to be included in the master plan. And that's up to the Planning Commission how they're going to work that presentation, if it gets that far this year. Any other comments or questions? Commissioner Rice.
Yeah, Jack, I want to apologize. I tried to get out there to take a look at your farm, and your prerequisite that I get there before 10 in the morning kind of put a cramp in my style. It's a long way down the hill and a long way back up, but I'll make it out there at some point. But I wanted to say that. Well,
Russ, I'll give you an alternative. You can come after 6, and we can open a bottle of wine and walk through the field.
Yeah. Now that made it better. And I wanted to say that I've seen Jack's presentation for the Agrhoods at the Chamber of Commerce meetings, and it was always well received there. And I thought it was a very interesting concept and an interesting idea. And I would look forward to seeing how this plays out here. Anyway, thanks, and keep up the good work, Jack.
Thanks, Wes. Appreciate it.
Further comments, questions? Well, if there are no further comments or questions, I'd be looking for a motion.
Mr. Chair,
I'd like to
wait.
make a motion.
go ahead.
Commissioner Ingalls, did you want to make a comment or a motion?
I'd like to make a motion. May I? May I proceed?
Yes, go ahead.
I so move to table the Douglas County Agrhoods Strategy Framework until after the November election to provide more time for public review and to provide, well, we talked about planning, but and just to update and review all that is included in further public outreach and pending the open space initiative vote. I think it's going to have a profound influence on the county. So if we could just wait until after November.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Ingalls and a second by Commissioner Nelson. Any further discussion? Personally, I don't understand tabling a motion or the motion to table a discussion on strategy. I mean, they're not doing anything but coming up with a refined strategy of how to do it. It's like the idea would hurt somebody. And as regards the open space initiative, this would have no impact on it because the rancher or farmer could still have his property bought, or at least his easement bought, so that he could continue to ranch or farm underneath that, and he'd get paid the easement. It would make no difference to him. He's just not having to. He's got to keep the water on the property in the first place, so he might as well raise something, so he could raise berries or whatever. This should not have any impact on it. But let's assume that that needs to be studied. Wouldn't that be part of the strategy discussion going forward? I think it's.
Well, the only concern, or not a concern, but if we our vote in favor of all this at this time without additional outreach and things of that nature, it's a quasi endorsement of Agrhoods. And I don't think we're at that point yet.
Well, they said they're going to do that. That's part of their strategy, is to outreach. This is like refusing an idea before it ever got off the ground. I just don't understand people that don't want to have an idea further explored. They may come back after they've reviewed their strategy and said, it's not workable here. Commissioner Rice.
Mr. Chairman, it's my understanding that we would be, if we vote on this today, all that we will be doing is accepting the concept, and that we're not approving any Agrhood itself, just approving the concept and letting the strategy go forward from here and see how it comes out. I don't see how we're putting anybody's back against the wall.
Ms. Granahan, is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, the action today is to accept the framework. And the framework is an action plan on page 402 of your packet. It summarizes succinctly the work that would be laid out to do over the next couple of years. And one of the first things would be to work with the County planning team to look at the update going on in the master plan. And if there should be some language included, some potential actions or goals that should be included in the master plan. So it's not, you're not taking any action today to approve any Agrhood, but just to continue the process moving forward.
Why isn't this a discussion item then?
Yeah.
It's a framework. This is kind of the steps that the Agrhood team is going to continue to work through over the next couple of years. So just like you adopted a communication strategy earlier today of the things that the communication team would be working through. This is what the Agrhood team will be working through.
Commissioner Nelson.
Yeah, I just don't see why we need a vote on this at all. It seems like they can go ahead with this. We're not telling them to stop. It just seems like it's premature to go ahead with this type of a thing. We're not stopping anything. We're not trying to prevent this. We're just saying it's not quite ready for the board to take a vote on. That's what I feel.
I think the analysis or the analogy that Ms. Granahan went to on what we did for the PIO is, you know, we think you need to move in this direction, but we don't know where you're going. And if you're going to have any action items, you need to come back to us. I mean, that's the bottom line to this, you know? So I don't see a difference between the two agenda items that in terms of action. And I can understand where you say the vote means you're going to endorse it, but that's not the language. The language is that we will support getting further strategy and the action items that are in it. That's not an endorsement of it per se. If it were an endorsement, it would say endorsement. So any other comments? Okay, then I'll call for the vote on the motion by Commissioner Ingalls. All those in favor of tabling the motion or tabling the discussion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And so it was Mr. Ingalls and Mr. Nelson. All those against that motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
So that would be myself, Commissioner Walsh, and Commissioner Rice. Okay, so then we would be looking for a motion to further this down the line. Mr. Walsh, did you have such a motion?
Sure, absolutely. Mr. Chair, I move to accept the Douglas County Agrhood Strategy Framework.
I will second.
So I have a motion by Commissioner Walsh, a second by Commissioner Rice. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed signify by saying aye. Any
Nay.
opposed?
Nay.
2 nays? Okay, so the motion carries 3-2. Thank you, Mr. Jacobs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. Granahan.
Mr. Chairman, can we take 5 minutes?
Yeah, we'll take a 10-minute break at this point. We'll be back at
Thank you, kind sir, and thank you for the break. I needed that.
Yep, thank you for reminding me. Welcome, Ms. Lewis.
Good afternoon.
Welcome back, Mr. Walsh. Welcome back, Mr. Nelson.
Yes, sir.
Huh?
Man, I just went outside and it is hot.
Yeah. Welcome back, Mr. Engels. All right. Let the record reflect that all 5 county commissioners have returned, and we'll proceed on to Ms. Lewis's issues. So if I got this right, this is for a possible action, discussion, and update on November 2020 general election regarding compliance with Assembly Bill 4, including safety protocols, logistics, budget, equipment needs, funding, and necessary contracts. The approval of up to $110,000 in CARES Act funding for additional expenditures, and to approve a contract with Integrated Voting Systems, IVS, to assist in the mailing of ballots in an amount not to exceed $100,000, and authorize the county manager to execute the necessary documents. Ms. Lewis.
Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. I thought I would start with an update of what we're planning for the 2020 election before we get into funding talks. And would like to answer any questions that you guys have, or any of the voters of Douglas County that have come to you with questions. We can start with that. So I'm going to try to share my screen. Let's see. Okay, can you guys see the yes, it does look like it. Okay, so this is an update. The first part is an update on the 2020 election. I thought I would start off by reading our mission statement. This mission statement we've had for at least a couple years, and I think it's very important, especially in this election. So our mission in the election department is to administer transparent, fair, efficient, accurate, and secure elections, and to educate voters and observers while ensuring equitable access to the election process. And the next one was important to me too. So while there's a lot of uncertainty surrounding the upcoming election, I want to take this moment to assure everyone that my office, my staff, and I have been working diligently to ensure a safe, secure, transparent, accurate, and fair election in Douglas County. And we encourage, and I'm really telling people that we want to be that trusted source of information. In the beginning of July, you guys had authorized the hiring of 2 temporary election workers. And so we are staffing up our office. Our temporary election workers actually started this week, so they could be trained, know the election process, and be able to answer questions. So we are trained and we're ready to answer calls, emails, and people stopping by with any kind of questions that they have. And then at the same time, anytime we're getting the same question a couple times, we're putting it as frequently asked questions on our website. So encouraging voters to go votedouglas.com to get more information. Douglas County by the numbers, I will talk about, so in 2016, of course, the last presidential election, we had almost a 94% turnout. We had 29,000, almost 30,000 active voters. So the total turnout of voters in Douglas County was almost 28,000 voters. Currently, we have 36,000 active voters. We expect that to go up over the next couple months with the voter drives and everybody registering to vote. But if you take our numbers today and do a 94% turnout, we'll have 34,000 voters. And if you realize that's about 7,000 more voters than have ever voted in Douglas County before, that we've ever had. So we are planning a historic election. Not only what you guys are doing on your personal level, but we're planning a historic election, historic numbers voting by mail and historic numbers voting in person. So I want to talk a little bit about what this election will look like. Starting on September 24th, we will mail a ballot to every active voter in Douglas County. When those voters get that ballot, they have the choice to vote it by mail or to come in person and vote on a machine during early voting or on election day. If the voter decides to vote their mail ballot and not in person, as soon as they complete their ballot, they can mail it back to us in the postage prepaid envelope, or they can drop it off at many drop-off locations that we provided. And I'm going to see if I can show you those. Do you guys see the screen with the different locations?
Yes.
Yes.
Perfect. Okay. So this is, we have decided during early voting and on election day, during early voting, we would go to different locations throughout the valley and set up a pop-up tent that voters could drop off their ballot if they don't want to send it through the mail, and will still be in their community to drop off that ballot. So this will be in the sample ballot, and it is online, the schedule of doing that. So these are all the different locations we'll be at.
If I can interrupt for just 1 second. That is, so you're going to use a pop-up tent. You realize this is in November, right?
Pop-up tent with a heater, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Go ahead.
We will also have a tent set up in a back parking lot starting the last week in September, a couple days after those ballots are mailed. So we'll have that tent set up for people to drop off their ballot as early as they want, if they want to vote the mail ballot. So again, this is online, and it's also will be in your sample ballot. And sample ballots will be mailed on September 17th. Okay, let me get back to this. So now if voters decide that they want to come in person, we will have in-person voting set up. Early voting will be at the community center. On election day, at the community center in Gardnerville. On election day, we're utilizing every community center I think this community has. We'll be up at Kale Community Center, down here at Douglas County Community Center. We'll be at the Washoe Tribe Community Center, and down in Topaz. We have decided to use the community centers because they're bigger spaces, more open, and we're able to safely stage our voting machines, our voters, staff, and everybody in the community centers. We do expect that we'll have longer lines because we have increased cleaning and disinfecting protocols. Dina and I are working and talking daily about what we can do to speed up those lines or what we can do for that, but we do expect lines on election day at these locations. The last thing I want to point out is if you're an active voter and you receive that ballot in the mail and you decide not to vote it, when you come in person, please either bring your ballot with you and surrender your ballot, or if you don't, that's okay. We'll have you sign an affirmation saying that you won't vote that ballot, that you'll only vote in person. And then this is another, at the end of the election, a lot of questions we get is when to expect the results. We'll expect the same process that we had in the primary. In that election night, we will release the results of all the in-person voting for early voting election day and all the mail ballots that we've received and processed through election day. We'll release those numbers election night. And then over the next week, voters have the opportunity to cure any signature discrepancies on mail ballots, or if their ballot is postmarked by election day and received to us in the next week, we can process that ballot. So we will again update results daily until we feel that the numbers are getting too small that we can't protect that voter's choices and they can't remain anonymous for that. So before I get to the funding needs, I wanted to answer any questions about the election. Let me see how I can stop sharing my screen for just a second.
Okay, let me get the full thing up on mine. Any questions from commissioners? Commissioner Ingalls.
Kathy, I know this question is going to be asked of all of us. Do we have to go to vote in person to a voting station in our precinct, or can we go to any one of the locations you have set up?
That's a great question. In 2018, we switched to a vote center model, so you can go to any of our locations to vote.
Thank you.
Good question. Commissioner Nelson.
Kathy, there's been some questions about AB4 and the issue of people signing for people because they can't necessarily sign their own ballot, and how this could lead to fraud and when that would be picked up. Can you give me any idea of how you're going to handle those signatures that don't really match the signature of the person that's supposed to be voting because somebody else has signed their ballot for them?
Sure. One of the changes that we did make that brings up as part of this is we have covered the signatures. So voters, if they want to vote their mail ballot, when they sign the back of it and seal it, that signature will be covered until it comes to us. And then there's like, we call it a pickle. We take off a little piece of paper and we see the signature to verify. Right there by the signature, we have a line that says, are you signing for another voter? Please write your name and address and sign it. So we'll have that record, and we'll also keep track of those. If we see something that makes us pause or a nominee, then we will talk to the Secretary of State's office and the DA's office with that.
So, for instance, if you get 10 signatures of one person that's signing for other people, that may be a indication that there may be something a little odd there. It
might be an indication, and we'll have that record because they'll have to sign that back of that ballot. If they don't sign the back of the ballot, then it would be a signature discrepancy because we wouldn't know they were signing it for somebody else, and we would get a hold of that voter. So yeah, we would have those records.
Yeah. Okay, very good, thank you.
And I do want to say, Dina is not by video, but she's by audio. And Dina, please speak up if you want to add anything.
Dina, did you want to add anything?
I think just to add one piece to that, we will be tracking anybody that provides assistance, and they're signing that back of that return envelope. I know a lot of times we use the words sign your ballot and sign your envelope interchangeably. Just want to clarify that you are signing the envelope on the back if you provide assistance. And that I've been working with several parties that are interested in receiving that data, and we're happy to provide the information so that people can also track for anomalies as well. So if we're happy to be as transparent, we will be also tracking those things.
Thanks, Dina.
Kathy, I think one of the other interests in the mail-in ballot process is a concern that those mail-in voters are in fact citizens. How do you assure the electorate that everybody that votes is a citizen?
Sure. Thank you for that question. I will do my best to answer it. We don't necessarily, the affirmation if a person is a citizen is when they register to vote. That's when they're affirming that they're a citizen of the United States and that they're eligible to vote. What we're doing is we will mail out ballots to only active voters. Only voters that are registered in Douglas County have gone through that confirmation process, that matching process with the Secretary of State's office. Those are the ballots we're mailing out to voters. When it comes back to us, we're verifying that ballot by the back of that ballot envelope where they signed. We are saying, yep, that voter signed this envelope. This is their ballot. So we would, if it was a non-registered voter, they would not have one of our official ballots. We only mail them to active voters. If it's a non-registered voter and they sent back, I have heard in crazy stories that someone said that they're going to pick up a piece of paper, throw in an envelope, and put it in the ballot box. Well, they can do that, but it's not going to come back on our envelope, and it's not going to have a voter ID for us to tie it to. We're not going to know or be able to confirm that that ballot is by that voter. So we wouldn't do anything with it. So that's how we do it, is by who's in our registration, who is registered in Douglas County are the ones that we would accept ballots from.
What form of identification do they have to give you to register?
I don't know, Dina, do you want to take that question?
Absolutely. I love to talk about voter registration. I was like, please pass the mic, because I absolutely do. There is no form of identification that's required to register to vote. What it is a matching up of the information that's provided after the fact. So when someone registers to vote, they have to provide a Nevada driver's license or identification number if they have one. If they don't have that, they're allowed to provide the last 4 digits of their social security number. When they register to vote, we take that information and put it in our database. We put their name, their date of birth, their driver's license number, their social security number, all of their identifying information. We send that up to the state securely. The state bounces that information against Social Security Administration, the DMV, vital statistics, and they look for matching information. If at any point that information does not match, they let us know via a nightly report and we flag that person as ID required. Then in that case, they would be required to provide identification before their ballot would be counted. So even if we're mailing a ballot to voters, if we have a voter that is flagged ID required, they will receive a notification that they also have to they're also required to provide an acceptable form of identification with that ballot. If they appear in person, they will also be required to provide identification. Did that help?
Okay. Other questions?
Okay.
Commissioner
Chairman,
Wells?
I'm not worried about these guys.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Mr. Chair, that if all 3,143 counties across the United States were to adopt a protocol developed by Kathy and Dina, I think we might have a shot at a good election.
I totally agree with you.
Second that, yeah.
Yeah.
I say all the time, Douglas County is very lucky to have Dina. That Dina applied for our in our county because she has so much experience, has been so great. So I agree.
All right.
Good work, Dina. God bless you guys. It's not easy.
Further questions? If not, Kathy, would you proceed?
I will. I will close by this. I really do encourage when you're out talking to our constituents, our voters, and they have questions, please refer them to talk to us. There is so much misinformation and disinformation floating out there. And I think we all agree it'll just get worse for the next 61 days. But we really want to be this trusted source of information, the go-to for our citizens, for our voters. Okay, let me go back. Oops, sorry. Okay, so now the fun part, right? Funding requests, funding and budget requests. As we talked about when the chairman read the agenda item, one of the requests we ask is for the approval of a contract with Integrated Voting Systems. IVS, Integrated Voting Systems, is the contractor that we used in the primary to mail out our ballots for the primary. They did a great job, mailed it timely, and got them to our residents. We are using them again for the general to not only mail our ballots, but also mail our sample ballots. And if I didn't mention, the sample ballots will be mailed out September 17th, so voters can see that sample ballot before they actually get their ballot. And in the general, with all the state questions, that sample ballot is very thick. I think we're about 50 pages, a little under 50 pages. So Integrated Voting Systems will mail out our sample ballots to every active voter, and then also a ballot to every active voter. And then, so I'm asking for approval of that contract, and then put together additional budget requests. It's pretty hard to get a concrete budget because things are changing so fast as we're planning it. But I wanted to outline some of the additional costs that are above and beyond what we spent in 2018. I would say a normal election, but I have a feeling that I don't think there is a such thing as a normal election. So these are additional costs that we will have for this election. Of course, we talked about PPE for our voters and for our machines and at our polling locations. And we talked about, you guys already did authorize the hiring of 2 election workers for that. We have signed a contract and want to do online training for our election workers. this not only will give our election workers time to digest the information, but it'll shorten the time we need to see them in person, and thereby making the class sizes smaller with less time to be able to train them. We talked about that drop-off tent with the heater that we want to erect at all these different places. And we want the tent again outside our courthouse for that month. As soon as people get their ballots, we want that tent set up. I think there are a lot of successes in the primary. Having that tent out there, I thought was a great success to be able to help voters right there in our back parking lot. We do need to purchase some more ballot boxes. We expect to be changing those out at the different polling locations throughout the day. And if I didn't mention, voters can also drop off their ballot, their paper ballot, at any polling location. So at any vote center, at the community centers, they can also drop it off there if they want. The postage for the sample ballots and outgoing ballots and return ballots, that's a bigger one because it's postage paid if voters mail their ballot. We'll pay for the postage. I have the IVS contract that's in excess of the state funding. AB4 did provide, I think it was $3 million total to implement AB4. The state has said that Douglas County's share of that is a little under $61,000. And we will use that full cost for the IVS contract to pay for those ballots. We want to put some money in the budget to pay for any overtime of county employees, not the clerk's employees, because that's built into our budget, the overtime, but if we use other county employees to help us with the election and for overtime for that. And then I put some contingency funds because we're still working on what stanchions we need, if we need additional tables to be able to spread out the machines, what additional signage we need and stuff like that. So that is the CARES funding. The request I have is to approve the contract with IVS and the use of CARES funding for additional election expenditures. I am sorry, my mistake on the slideshow. I wanted to talk about the Dominion voting systems as a separate agenda item next, and that request. So that is the end of my presentation.
All right. Further questions from board members? Commissioner Engels?
Argue with Kathy.
Okay. Dave? Did you have a question?
I'm fine.
Okay. Okay, so then we'll, for this action item, we need a motion.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I'll move to approve the use of the CARES Act funding for additional expenditures of up to $100,000 and approve and authorize the county manager to sign the contract with Integrated Voting Systems for the mailing of sample ballots and ballots to every active voter for the November general election as presented.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Walsh, a second by Commissioner Nelson. Kathy, one question about the motion. In the title, we read up to $110,000 in CARES Act funding and to approve the contract with Integrated Systems for $100,000, which would make it $210,000 is what you're asking for.
The IVS I said that wrong. That contract will be part of state funding. So the funding that we're getting for AB4 will use towards that contract. And we put up to $100,000 in case we had to do additional mailings, but we don't expect it to be that much. So the $110,000 for additional CARES funding will cover the contract cost plus additional stuff.
Okay, and the motion says up to 100,000. It should read 110,000 then. In CARES.
Yes, I think. Sorry.
Is that correct? Kathy, is that correct?
Sorry, yes. Yes. I think
Okay.
you're right.
So it should read 110,000 in the motion.
You're right, Mr. Chair. I would amend my motion to include $110,000.
There's a
Second agrees with that.
All right. So we have a motion by Commissioner Walsh, a second by Commissioner Nelson. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any nays? No nays. The motion carries. 5-0. So we'll move on. Getting down to it. Okay, the next action item, item number 5, for possible action, discussion to approve amendments 1 and 2 to a contract with Dominion Voting Systems for equipment, software, hardware, and technical services totaling $144,000 to assist Douglas County Clerk to conduct the 2020 election, the general election, and authorize the county manager to execute the necessary documents. Ms. Lewis.
I want to share my screen really quick again. I wanted to talk about this item separately because it is equipment that we determined we actually needed after the 2018 election. I want to go back a little bit to 2017 when the current Board of County Commissioners, through a presentation, agreed with me that we needed to replace our election equipment and set aside some funding to do that in Douglas County. At the same time, during the 2017 legislative session, we also worked with the state legislatures about we need to replace the equipment statewide. They also agreed and provided some funding for it. So when we were all done and purchased the equipment from Dominion, and we came back with those contracts, there was a budget of, I think, about $170,000 left over. And at that time, I asked the board if we could keep those funds set aside because we didn't know if what we purchased was enough to help our citizens. And at the time, you guys agreed, which I definitely appreciate. So the funding for this contract, I want to make clear, is out of those project funds that we set aside in 2018. The need, we determined after 2018 election that we needed more equipment. In addition, if you remember to the presentation we just did, we're expecting 7,000 more voters than we've ever voted in Douglas County. And so this equipment not only helps with the additional voters we're expecting, but we already identified it as a need. This contract was drafted in February, March, and I put a hold onto it when the state decided to go to an all-mail election. And we were also looking at what kind of cuts we need to take as a county. I did not feel comfortable bringing this forward at that time. And so now that flash forward to what we know the 2020 general election is and bringing it forward to you for this purchase. So this contract includes 33 new machines, additional machines that we need. But then also the need we saw was, if you remember voting in 2018, those machines were great, except that they didn't provide as much privacy as we wanted. So we're getting privacy filters for all machines.
Number 5.
LED lights for that. The LED lights let us know if the machine is open, if it needs any kind of assistance. What's nice about that is in 2018, we were trying to get so many voters through that we were walking behind voters to see when they were done to get another voter in that location. So these lights will tell us without us walking behind the voters the whole time, seeing when they're almost done so we can get another voter in queue. So that is this is amendment number 2. Amendment number 1, I'll quickly explain. For the primary, the state rented a high-speed scanner from Dominion to help us with the mail election. That Dominion offered that scanner to us at a significantly discounted price because the state paid for the rental of it. So Amendment 1 is for the maintenance of that discounted scanner, and then this is Amendment 2. Ready for any questions?
Any questions from the board? Let me get the photo back up here.
Chair?
Mr. Ingalls, go ahead.
Kathy, what about sanitation things for COVID? Is you covered with that?
Yes, and that was part of the CARES funding. that we're buying cleaners and for cleaning our machines. As a side note, I think it's funny because I didn't think about it. Is one of the classes I sat in on is they said make sure you put signs at the machines because people will want to use their own cleaning solutions on the machines before they vote. But they're sensitive machines. We want to use our stuff, so we're going to put signs. Don't clean them yourselves. We'll clean them.
Good idea.
All right. Any other questions? And Kathy, these monies are separate from the IVS monies. Is that correct?
It is, yes.
Still funding out of our CARES allocation, right?
This funding is actually through project funds that we had from the 2017 replacement of the equipment. These are project funds. So there are county funds that have been set aside for a couple of years.
Okay. So now I'm straight. Other questions, gentlemen? Well, if there's no questions, then I suggest that we have a motion. Do we have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve and ratify contract amendments number 1 and number 2 with Dominion Voting Systems and authorize the county manager to sign any required documents.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion by Commissioner Rice, a second by Commissioner Walsh. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any nays? No nays. Yeah, you have your funding, or you have your expenses now with the funding. Thank you, Ms. Lewis. As always, we appreciate your appearing here. All right, we'll move on. Item number 6. Let me get that puppy up. Okay. Okay, item number 6. For possible action, discussion to adopt ordinance 2020-1547, 74, an ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners of Douglas County, Nevada, designated by the short title, quote, 2020 Water Refunding Bond Ordinance, unquote, providing for issuance of Douglas County, Nevada general obligation limited tax water refunding bonds additionally secured by pledged revenues, Series 2020, in a maximum aggregate principal amount of $2,030,000, providing the form, terms, and conditions thereof, and covenants relating to the payment of said bonds, providing for its adoption as if an emergency exists, and providing the effective date. Second reading. Ms. Willoughby.
Thank you, Terry Willoughby, for the record. Again, this is the water bond refunding that we've spoken about. We have the final numbers. Those should have been included in your packet. So it's a interest rate of 1.113, which is really good, better than we projected, and we would like to go ahead with the refunding. Total savings are more than we projected. They're slightly over 153,000 over the remaining term of the loan. Be happy to answer any questions.
It says here, estimated savings is 162,045. So it's even better than what you just said.
You should have the final bid sheet in your packet. So I apologize, perhaps I projected too much, but the final interest rate that we would be recommending is 1.13007%. The original financing was at 2.84%.
Yeah, but I assume that when it says providing for its adoption as if an emergency exists, that's to get the 1.13.
That's correct.
All right. Questions from commissioners?
I just have a comment. I think it's worthwhile again to thank Terry and her staff for their due diligence and recognizing potential savings. And I think it's great for the county. Thank you, Terry.
Thank you.
Yeah. I agree.
We also have Marty Johnson, who's on the call. He's our financial advisors, and they've been very helpful in putting this deal together. So I'd like to acknowledge him as well.
Thank you, Marty.
My pleasure.
Now, assuming that this gets signed here shortly, when would this be converted over? On what date?
I mean, we'll close the projected closing date is September 22nd.
Okay, and there's enough time to get that all the papers signed?
Mm-hmm. That'll be my job.
All right. Further questions? Commissioner Ingalls.
Yes, Marty, while we've got you here, what do you foresee with the stock market by the end of the year and interest rates?
For the record, Marty Johnson with JNA Consulting. Our company strictly deals with municipal bonds in terms of advising local government, so I can't really comment on the stock market. In terms of interest rates, I think they are going to stay down for a while. They may not stay as low as they currently are. You know, we see them move around in a bit of a range. But we have seen rates come down drastically over the last few months, and the county was able to jump in and take advantage of that, as you saw on the rates that we were able to get on this refinancing.
They're sure low.
Yeah, sure. Pretty soon they're going to have to pay you.
That's right. Thanks, Marty. Appreciate it.
Okay. Well, if there are no further questions, what's the pleasure of the board?
Okay, Mr. Chair, I move adoption of ordinance 2020-1574 as presented.
Second.
So we have a motion by Commissioner Walsh, a second by Commissioner Ingalls. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any nays? No nays. The motion carries 5-0. Thank you all. We appreciate that.
Thank you.
Mr. Johnson, Ms. Welby. Thank you for watching out for the county. Okay, now we'll move on to item number 7. And I'll read that into the record as soon as I get it pulled up here. A lot of paperwork with this bond. Okay, item number 7. If you'll think back, remember we had some confusion as to what was 7 and 8. This particular 7 is the BIA issue. So I'll read this into the record. For possible action, discussion to provide public comment to the Bureau of Indian Affairs, BIA, on an environmental assessment for Knox Excavating Incorporated, the operator of the proposed Painted Rock Mine, located 2 miles east of the end of Johnson Lane on Sunrise Pass Road, on BIA Allotment Trust Land, APN 1321-00-001-001. Because the proposed project is on federal land, Douglas County lacks the jurisdiction to approve or deny the project. Discussion may include direction to county staff to prepare an agreement between Douglas County and Knox Excavating regarding the mitigation of off-site impacts and the maintenance of Johnson Lane. Tom Dallaire on behalf of Douglas County Community Development. Mr. Dallaire.
Thank you, Chairman Penzel. I'd like to
recognize that we have John Maxwell also online from Knox Excavating. And then I'm going to share my screen to get back to see if we can do this again. Share. And then we go to the PowerPoint. So can everybody see that?
Yes.
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 Okay. So so on July 2nd, we staff knew or had a meeting with Mr. Maxwell at our office to discuss what they were proposing, and what we are trying to do today is just get some direction from you on two things. One is for public comment, and then the other will be about this agreement. But let me go into a little bit about where we're at today. And so the Painted Rock Mine is on BIA, Bureau of Indian Affairs, allotment land out off of at the end of Johnson Lane off of Sunrise Pass Road. The APN number is 13210000101. The acres is 160 acres, and in the environmental assessment that is attached to your packet on page 533, they are proposing, they being Knox Excavating, who this mine will be ran by, is proposing to, over the life of the project, disturb 145 acres of that 160 acre parcel. They're currently in the, if you read the environmental assessment, planning on the first 5 years disturbing 50 acres. The environmental assessment can be found at paintedrockmineea.com. The link is here on the slide. And then the public comment period closes for this on September 20th, 2020. And here is a picture or an image of the public notice that went out on August 22nd. So we're here really to provide public comment. The public can provide public comment as well. And we've provided the address and the email address of all the public comment on where they can either send it via mail or by email. And Douglas County, we have the opportunity, as Douglas County, we have the opportunity to provide public comment on behalf of our residents and as a county, to BIA about this Painted Rock mine. So Douglas County, I just want to reiterate that we do not have, we're not issuing a permit for this. We don't have any jurisdiction on the BIA land. And so what are we commenting on? And what I'd like to discuss a little bit, and thanks to Patrick, he has added some information here in my presentation that I didn't have until earlier today, but we are commenting on the environmental assessment. And that's what I wanted to discuss with you today, is your comments on the document that was attached to the packet, which is titled Environmental Assessment, and it's operated by Knox Excavating. And we can submit these comments to BIA, for their consideration in this review process and permitting process. And what process is that? Is the National Environmental Policy Act, the NEPA assessment, and they have to make some findings. Their organization needs to make findings as well, and based on the need for the proposal, maybe there's some alternatives which is discussed in the attached document, and we will need to comment. We need to submit these comments to BIA before the close of the public comment period. And on behalf of Douglas County, we can write those comments and provide it to them for their consideration. So what happens after the public and Douglas County reviews or submits these comments? Then the BIA will review the public comments, and they will make a determination on the action that's being presented in the environmental assessment. If the BIA determines there's no significant impact, then a permit will be issued and the mine will be operational and open to the public. If the BIA determines there is an environmental impact,
an environmental impact statement will be prepared. So staff does not see this as a likely outcome. So I'm here today to gather some input from you guys on the documents that were provided, which was the environmental assessment. Also in the environmental assessment document is included an operations plan, is part of that document as well. But we had stated, staff had a few things that we were concerned about, really is the dust and noise abatement, realizing that this mine is, a little over 2 miles from the end of Johnson Lane. It is contained within a mountain range that is on all 3 sides of this mine, and there are no residents facing, visually seeing this mine from the front, which is the south side of the property, off of Sunrise Pass Road, which is a dirt road. And so we were concerned, or are concerned, about dust abatement and noise abatement, and the access road that actually, when it leaves the BIA property, goes onto BLM property between the mine and the end of Johnson Lane. So right where the pavement ends at Johnson Lane today is BLM land. And Mr. Maxwell has gone through the review process with BLM and has conditions on maintenance of the road from the end of Johnson Lane all the way to the mine. So they are actually maintaining that, which is, I think, the first time I've ever seen anybody grade that road, since I've been out there. But he is responsible now for maintaining that. So we wanted to discuss with you any of these public comments. So I don't know if you want me to just continue with the presentation, and then we can discuss these items separately, Chairman Penzel, or if we want to pause here and kind of discuss the public comment portion.
Tom, could you go back to your first slide? Yes. No, excuse me, the second one. Yes, this one. I'm just curious about how this process works. I recognize we have no jurisdiction, but and so does somebody approach this Mr. Eben, or do they approach the tribe? How do you initiate something like this?
Well, initiate for as far as getting a mine created on BIA property?
Yeah, because does the tribe come to Mr. Eben and say, hey, we've got this offer? Because ultimately it's the tribe that says yes or no. And I'm just curious how this process works.
May I, Tom?
Yep, go ahead, John.
So this isn't a private, it's not tribal land in the sense that the Washoe tribe has jurisdiction over it. It's tribal land in the sense that it's allotments that were given to family members back in 1890. So if you look at it as private property, but under BIA jurisdiction, I guess would be the best way to look at this.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
In terms of how to proceed, I think what we should do is discuss an agreement with the Knox excavation folks on the points that we can weigh in on, and see what that would yield, and then decide on what we would do in terms of a letter to BIA or BIA, BLM, or whoever. But I think at this point we're kind of in a negotiation. We understand there's nothing we can do about the mine. It's there. It's on tribal land, and they can function. I would like to hear Mr. Maxwell's explanation of how this all got started, when it got started, because what we're presented with is something that we finally got wind of on, you mentioned the 2nd of July. Yet, if you go out there, there's plenty of equipment working and doing things. When did that start? And what previous experience do you have with mining off of tribal land? Mr. Maxwell?
So we're out there under the direction of the family to secure the site. Historically, it's been used as a shooting range, place where kids go and party, and essentially a junkyard. We off-hauled untold amount of garbage out of their property. So we were out there doing that and preparing material to meet specs, Orange Book specs, to get to market while this process played out. As of now, we've ceased all operations. As far as running an operation of this magnitude, we're moving this thing forward with the expectation to hopefully at some point down the road be a Bing-sized operation. Whether it gets there or not, we won't know. Within 5 years, we will know one way or the other. And that's it. And how we got out there, it was the valley needs material. The only place afforded for that opportunity was outside of Douglas County limits. And that's what led for the search for good material and an opportunity to develop this operation and provide the valley and the county with the material that's needed to build out the master plan that we have planned. So that was the origination of it, and this is the beginning.
Well, you operated the mine out south of Gardnerville. What happened there?
That's not a mine. We're cutting a pad and using the spoils as like a borrow pit, more or less. The material out there is suited for a rock fill, stabilizing material over the native clay in the valley. It's not suitable for commercial use or any of that. And then once we get that cleared off, we'll move from there. But that was for just an initial cut into a hill to build for the owners who live in Oregon and Washington.
So you transported the material from there to Oregon and Washington?
No. The owners, the property owners of that allotment live in Oregon and Washington, and they're down here, and that's the extent of that. That's basically a borrow pit.
And so then you moved up, you found a willing buyer and seller, or willing seller, and you started excavating when? When did you break ground up there in Johnson Lane?
For Johnson Lane? I think that was probably, I don't know the exact date. I'd say probably 2-3 weeks ago. Somewhere in that range.
There are pictures in our backup that show equipment being utilized, conveyor belts and cats moving equipment.
Yeah, it's out there. Everybody knows it's out there. I've gotten threatened to be shot by irate adults acting like children. So I'm not hiding anything. I can't tell you my exact date. It was 2 to 3 weeks ago that we started at the family's direction to do what we've started out there. It's their property, and I work for them.
Eric, a couple of questions.
Yes, just a second, Mr. Ingalls.
Okay.
You said you were moving stuff off of that property. There are three junk cars that are right there off the end of Johnson Lane now.
Yep.
Did that come off of that property?
No, sir. I believe that's the trails, that off-road trail club that goes out and they clean BLM property on a regular basis, pulling trash and junk out of there that people think is a junkyard. So whoever did it, I appreciate it. Can't treat the public lands or private property, assuming it's public land, as a dump site.
Well, it is. And you're going to maintain that road.
Yes, sir.
You scraped it from Johnson Lane up Sunrise Pass and to your your pit. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yeah. So we'll grade that on a regular basis. Where areas get washed out, we'll repair it. When it gets too rutted, we'll go back and clean those areas. It won't be a constant end to end. If we disturb it too much, we'll cause more damage than needed. So where there's damage, we repair it and go from there. So
first time it's ever been anything but a washboard.
Yeah. And once you clean it off, the speed on it increases. So we got to, those washboards occur more often. So we'll just keep maintaining it.
Mr. Ingalls, questions?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Mr. Maxwell, two questions, and this is a little, it's on subject but off subject. Bing, I keep hearing every 5 years that Bing's going to shut down in 5 years.
Yeah.
What's the scuttlebutt you hear on the street? You're in the industry.
From what I hear, they're already closed. I don't know.
Well, there's, I live out of close to Kimmerling, and I see them. They're running trucks. I just bought 2 truckloads of road rock from them.
Yeah.
So,
Sir, I have no idea. It could be 5 years, 10 years, 2 years. I have no idea, but I have heard that exact same thing going for, probably the past decade. They're closing every year now. So.
Roger that. Thank you. Well, the second question, when you go out and determine an area for these types of endeavors that you're doing, do you use a geologist to look at the rock formations?
Not to get too much into the ingredients of it, but we just you've got soil survey maps all over the state and the country. So that's where you start, and you hone in on areas that have potential for good structural material, and that's where it goes.
Okay, thank you.
See questions? Any other questions by the commissioners? Okay, in our packet, there are several things to discuss with Mr. Maxwell.
Mr. Chair, Dave has a question.
Say again, Dave?
Yeah, I think we got some estimations in the packet about how much material you'll be removing there by truck over the next 20 years. Can you reiterate that for the record, please?
So these are all, this is the plan. We're going to see where this goes, but we would like to average about 500,000 tons of material off-hauled into the market every year. That's about an average from a slow growth to lots of building. So that spans, it's going to ebb and flow, obviously, as the economy goes, and how the valley wants to expand and grow at whatever speed the community decides. But if you go through crashes to booms, it averaged around 500,000 tons a year. And that's a guesstimate. That's a goal. Where it goes from there, we'll find out.
And about how many truckloads would that be?
On average, if you work that out, it's anywhere from 30 to 90, somewhere in there. And I just want to reiterate, I know everybody's very concerned about that, and in their nightmare, they're thinking there's going to be 90 trucks and trains flying down Johnson Lane. By the comments, people are assuming, rocks are going to be flying out of these trucks, and kids are going to be having to jump out of the way of mad drivers. Everybody needs to just kind of take a step back and realize every law that is applied to any truck that you go and you drive by down the road applies to every truck that will go down Johnson Lane. Speed limit, weight limit, loads, how they're covered, if they're covered or tarped, depending on the material in it, the liability for damage caused by any material that may leave that truck. It's the same thing you see running down the highways and any other street in the county. So that and the increased traffic, Johnson Lane, from your own reports and studies, your traffic counts could take up to an additional 3,000 truck trips a day
and still maintain the level of service that is required by the county. There is no way in God's green earth that we are going to be able to put 3,000 trucks onto that road. It's just not going to happen. This is not going to destroy Johnson Lane. It's going to increase traffic, but that's why I came to the county in good faith to try and mitigate some of these. And that's where we're at right now.
What are some of your mitigation theories or strategies?
Well, I came offering an option to provide funds to an account that would be exclusively used to maintain Johnson Lane. And it would be, in my opinion, it would be like an escrow account, that those funds would not be released unless it's solely used for Johnson Lane improvements. I don't want it to be spread around the county, because then that negates the purpose of me coming to the county for this. So that's what I proposed. There's other ways that Tom will probably get into that I can speak to later, but specifically on Johnson Lane, that's it. We came in good faith offering to help provide funds to maintain Johnson Lane in good condition.
And what about noise abatement?
For the mine?
No, for Johnson Lane.
I may be a little ignorant on what you're trying to ask me. So the noise abatement on trucks?
Yeah.
I'm not proposing anything. The trucks will drive the speed limit, and what are the concerns, I guess I should ask?
Well, the residents, particularly on Fremont and Johnson Lane, are concerned about the time you operate, the noise that will be created by trucks accelerating coming down Johnson Lane.
Mm-hmm.
And the people that live on Johnson Lane are concerned about, once they crest the hill and they start down the little hill, will there be...
So on the dirt road, the truck's speed limit will be held to 15 miles an hour. They're not going to be going 40, 50 miles an hour down east or down Sunrise Pass Road. So that shouldn't affect. I'm not, they're not going to be coming down there, barreling down the dirt road, hitting the pavement, going 40 miles an hour. For one, it's not possible. Two, it's just unsafe. Okay.
And then, Mr. Taylor, there were some other issues that you brought up. You want to cover those now?
Yeah, I think Tom had those in his presentation, Mr. Chair. This is Cam Taylor on behalf of Douglas County DA's, the record.
Yeah, if we're going to start talking about the agreement part, we can continue with the presentation.
Could I ask a quick question?
I think the way we do this is we talk about the agreement, and then we talk about any continuing letter that we want to write. Mr. Ingalls?
Mr. Maxwell, are you going to have designated hours of operation? For the plant, absolutely. It's not going to be run 24 hours a day through into midnight. It'll be normal hours of operation. Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Well, in your background material, you say it'll operate 40 to 80 hours a week.
Right. So 48 hours a week, that's about, that's overtime if there's large demand. And these are all
48, not 48. 40 to 80 hours.
80. Right. So a 12-hour day would be 6 to 6. Right. So you run 6 12-hour days, you'd get in there in that range. Do I expect that to happen? I doubt it. Will there be times where it may be necessary to meet demand? It's a possibility. So being upfront with it, I'm putting it out there, that's a possibility. That's going to be operation at the plant, at the pit. You can't start work in the valley at 6 o'clock in the morning or 5:30 in the morning. So trucks will be running normal time. The hours of operation at the pit are going to depend on demand and meeting that demand.
Okay. And what are you looking for from us?
Nothing. I know that's probably why this took so long to get in front of you. I'm just coming to you in good faith, offering something to mitigate and offer maintenance for Johnson Lane.
Okay, Tom, you want to continue with your presentation?
Oh, come on. Windows 10. There we go. Okay, thank you. So the second thing we were looking for was some guidance and direction from the board on developing and bringing back to the board an agreement for your consideration that we work with Mr. Maxwell and their attorney to develop. That one, it'll establish a maintenance fund that we need your guidance on and blessing on creating that fund. This would be a revenue fund that will receive revenue that is 0.5% of the sales of the material from the mine. In our conversations with Mr. Maxwell on July 2nd, and this was with, at the time it was Jeremy Hutchings and I and John, Mr. Maxwell talking about the project and where the location of the project is, and I'll get to that here in a minute. But we were concerned or we're intrigued about maybe having a possible in the future working with him, with Mr. Maxwell, on some improvements within the and I think it's called the Williams Canyon, not Wilson Canyon. That's my bad. And the airport wash. Right now we've got an airport wash in a basin that floods out of Williams Canyon, across East Valley Road, across all the Bentley land and into the airport. And I have images of that to show you in the next couple slides. And then also we were wanting to work with BLM and Douglas County Stormwater on our environmental report, issuing a conspan at the Sunrise Pass Road and Johnson Lane wash where that road crosses. So when you go off of at the end of Johnson Lane, as you're heading out easterly onto Sunrise Pass Road, you have to go through the Johnson Lane wash, and there's a big dip section there. And Mr. Maxwell would like to install a conspan bridge at that location. I've got an image of that on the slide here in a second, but he wants to actually work with us while we're going through our environmental process on adding that conspan bridge to what we're working on, what Courtney is working on with BLM, in order to get permission to build those ponds for the Johnson Lane area drainage plan. And so Courtney is working on that. I think she just met with BLM. I want to say it was yesterday. Actually, it was yesterday. And so we're needing some information from Mr. Maxwell on that proposal to include in the environmental report Douglas County is moving forward on for those pond improvements on the Johnson Lane area plan to get those constructed. And then we also want to discuss in the agreement some dust control measures. If we do get complaints, there is a section I'll show you on the map that of the road that they're from the mine when they're traveling, when the trucks are traveling from the mine to Johnson Lane, there is an area that is fairly close to residents, and then noise from the trucks, and of course the dust, and then also if there's any issues of noise from the plant in the future. And then have in the agreement an understanding about East Valley Road not being used as a local through route for trucks. And so if we get to the map, kind of show you, can you guys see my pointer? Can you guys see that? It's still white, but the site is right here. You can kind of see Sunrise Pass Road in the line, and then Johnson Lane is this dark line here down to 395. So all the residents, we do have houses in here. There's a number of vacant lots on these parcels, but there are a couple homes that have been constructed, over the past 20, 25 years or so that are there. And this is the road for Sunrise Pass Road, comes in pretty close to that. On the next slide, we'll show you a better picture. But the family that Mr. Maxwell is leasing from is the owners own these two parcels, and then their partners, I believe, in the rest of these. And all these are BIA trust properties out there in the Pine Nuts. So I itemized each of these based on the number in the report, and in that in our background information on the agenda item, you guys have a lot more information than what I provided on the slide. But each one of these shows which term is it corresponds to. So the Conspan Bridge that I was referring to earlier, where Johnson Lane Wash, which comes up right here, comes through the site here. This is Johnson Lane Wash, and the Conspan Bridge would be located on Sunrise Pass Road over the Johnson Lane Wash. And this right here in the upper right hand corner of the plan shows a Conspan Bridge and what that looks like. So it's a big concrete structure with some footings open below so that the Johnson Lane waters can flow underneath it, and that the banks of the ditch would be like right in through here, and then there would be some wing walls on either side of that. So John's going to work on a plan to provide to Courtney. Courtney would include it in the environmental assessment that we're working on for the ponds for Johnson Lane, and have that as a project as well on that. And this is going to be the primary ingress and egress. It's 2 miles from the end of Johnson Lane, this blue line, and then it comes up, and the picture on the very cover of the slideshow showed the entrance there at Painted Rock. Painted Rock is down here. The mine property is just beyond the rock itself, and you can see here the contours and the map and the mountains that they'll be working on excavating over the years. The floodplain adjacent to this right here is all, you can see these drainage lines. This is the unnamed wash in Williams Canyon. It's called the Airport Wash. There is some information in the FEMA FIS for Douglas County, which is the federal insurance program, and that is identified with some volumes of water almost double of what Johnson Lane Wash, which is up here, has flowing in it right now. So there's what's projected in Johnson Lane is just over 1,100 CFS, and the flows in this wash are just over 2,000 CFS. So, and then of course East Valley Road and Sunrise Pass Road here. That's the paved portion of Sunrise Pass Road. It ends at this property line and then goes on to BLM land, and then this is an emergency access route that was identified in Mr. Maxwell's permit with BLM. So overall, you can see here's the floodplain maps, Johnson Lane Wash, the subject site, and then this is the drainage basin that we're talking about. Getting that assistance from Mr. Maxwell on working with the property owners to reduce the amount of flow in that channel. We haven't studied this wash yet as a county. We've studied Johnson Lane, we've studied the Stephanie one, we've studied Buckeye, which is this right here. You can kind of see it. It's a portion of Buckeye coming down, and then Pine Nut, and right now we're working on additional information on Pine Nut. Courtney's working and steering that project, and we're also studying the Smelter Creek one out in Ruhenstroth. And so this is the last one for the Carson Valley tributaries that go into the Carson River, and then what we're excited about on this part of it anyway is that the flooding damage that we experience every time it rains, Public Works is out there redoing Fremont Road, or the extended section of East Valley Road, because it's eroded or it's flooded and there's a big hole there. But every time it rains in the pine nuts, it pretty much causes some damage to the road, and they're maintaining that. So it would reduce that period, the amount of maintenance being done, and also reduces the amount of floodwaters to the airport, and then would reduce the amount of impact along Hayborn Road. And there's a lot of industrial properties here that have been built over the years. There's the two of them, the VIP Rubber is there, and North Sales, and both of those have some AE flood zones in front of their buildings that are causing some issues. And I understand developers haven't been interested in purchasing any other properties because of that floodplain issue. So we really should be focusing on being a little more proactive on reducing the amount of flows in this basin as well. We've got a lot on our plate, and Courtney's working on these as we need. But in the future, we should be looking at that, and this is an opportunity to capture that drainage. So this was a great image. John actually pointed it out to us in our meeting. The 1994 image actually shows quite a bit of water on what we're talking about here and where the drainages come from. So this road right here, this is the Sunrise Pass Road that we're talking about. This is in the approximate location of the site. And then Sunrise Pass Road comes up and then goes into the canyon. And in this area here is between the Airport Wash and the Johnson Lane Wash, which you can see is this Johnson Lane Wash right here. And it comes
and go further out, go up there, and you see the number on that road?
The 209?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nevada State Highway 209. What road is that?
That's Johnson Lane. So
is that a state highway?
INDOT, I think back in the day, you can see these two pot spots here. INDOT used these areas here to remove some material to construct the highway, is my understanding, back in the 80s. I moved here in 84. I don't remember. I remember the road being 2 lanes, and then it split apart and went to 4. So I don't know if it was during that construction or if it was before that. But it's my understanding that NDOT actually built Johnson Lane, and it ends, right here just past Fremont, before it goes on to BIA land. But they ended up getting a permit for NDOT ended up getting a borrow area from BLM lands, which is pretty customary, I guess. And this is actually the OHV area, but people can't get to it because this canyon's washed out so bad, and the BLM doesn't really maintain those roads for access.
No, they can get to it now. They were up there this weekend.
Yeah.
And somebody has flattened it out.
Oh,
but
nice.
Let's get back to the state highway.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I talked to John Erb about this. This is Google Earth. I don't know why Google Earth continues to show 209 as a state highway. It is not listed as a state highway by NDOT. John Erb, to his knowledge, it has been a county road for a long time. It may have been designated as a state highway at some point when it was originally built, but that appears to have been a long time ago, and it is not listed as a state highway today. It's not uncommon for NDOT to swap roads with local governments, and I assume that happened at some point in the distant past.
Well, then that brings up the point that shouldn't we be using maps that are more current?
Well, I'm sorry, go ahead.
It's Google Earth. Google Maps will show it as 209 today. I guess we need to tell Google that it's not a state route.
Well, they would listen. Anyway.
So I used this one in particular because the 1994 map, Chairman Penzel, shows this water area out here, and this is what I was trying to get at, is that all the water comes out of the canyon, out of the pine nuts here. It looks like it gets diverted around the ponds. This is the ponds for or the ponds that were in operation at one time for the Tahoe Sewer District, for the Lake Tahoe on the Douglas County Sewer Improvement District. That's their property here. This is Bentley Pond. I want to say that's number 4, and they've since have abandoned that, so this wouldn't fill up any longer. It actually would flow out into the airport now. But you can really see in this image, these light colored areas is where the floodwaters actually were at. Physically were located there in 1994 when they took this image, which is why I included it in my PowerPoint, is to show how much bigger this wash is than the Johnson Lane wash right here. So, and you can see some of the damage, you know, in the sagebrush from Johnson Lane and where it kind of spilled out. But it's really significant here on this particular wash, and it floods every time it rains. And the Johnson Lane wash watershed per our Johnson Lane area drainage master plan is this basin here, and the airport wash basin that I wanted to point out would be, and this is just an estimated line on these contours, but is roughly right here is where that wash would start, and then it goes south of the map here. But this is out of our Johnson Lane area master plan. So, and then I also found some flows, Johnson Lane flows right now, 1110 CFS out of the Johnson Lane wash, and the airport wash right at the beginning on that map showed 2000 and just under 2100 CFS. So that's my presentation on the floodplain issue, item number 2 on the items for the contract.
Okay, proceed to 3.
So the item number 3 was the Conspan Bridge. So this is the location of the Conspan Bridge. You know, we talked about that. This is basically the road for this particular road would go over the top of the Johnson Lane wash, would be underneath it, and then the road itself would be accessible during a runoff event.
And so that bridge is designed to withstand 2100 CFS.
This one is for the Johnson Lane wash. It would be for 1100.
Okay.
And the purpose, if I may, just the purpose of installing that would be to eliminate the emergency access route down Sunrise Pass and Fremont in a flood event. That would give access, all weather access, to and from the mine safely without having to go through any other neighborhoods.
Assuming that the Johnson Lane wash doesn't flood.
No, that should pass underneath that. Just it's like the Fremont. If you go out and look at the Conspan on Fremont, it's that is what we're proposing to put there. That would be the purpose of it, to allow the water to pass underneath it freely and allow for year-round use and flood event or non.
Well, in a flood event, it topped Fremont. You know, it wouldn't have mattered. It was came down. That was actually a Sunrise Road that passed that came down there in 2016, and it flooded the houses right above it.
Yeah. So the Sunrise Pass wash is this one right here. That comes down through. All the homes right in through here, right at the back of that property line, and Devon Court. This is where it overflowed. This one actually goes underneath Fremont. I haven't seen that one overflow. And then there's dip sections in East Valley. There's a dip section in Clapham that they flow over. And I think there was a dip section in Nye Drive that actually right here that actually got washed out.
That's up by, but that's up at
yeah. So the terms of the agreement was for dust control along the road, noise from the subject site. You can see here this is a long way away from homes, just a little over a mile away from homes that are located in this development. and then number 5 and then number 6 is just identifying East Valley Road, as specifically is not a main route out of the mine to deliver product, into South Valley, into the south end of the Carson Valley.
Okay, and these are all negotiated points or negotiating points?
These are the ones that that staff could think of. If there was other things that you wanted to, if there's other items that the board would like us to consider and include, we can discuss that at this time.
Well, I believe that we are probably the overseers of this, and you know the details much better than we do. I think it would behoove us as well as the residents to have a negotiating team consisting of you and probably Sam and one member of the board that we designate to do the negotiating and get back to us before the comment period closes. And for lack of a volunteer, I would pick somebody like Commissioner Nelson to represent us. Unless somebody on the board has a different way they want to go or different things they want to say.
This is Mr. Nelson. I'm okay with that.
Okay. Anybody else got suggestions, Mr. Ingalls? Go ahead. You're muted.
With Mr. Maxwell's suggestion in regards to setting up this escrow account, that's probably one of the most single germane things to nail down so that they are comfortable with it and the county has an understanding.
Yeah, right.
That's it. Thank you.
Okay. Is everybody agreed that that's a way to go, and they'll get back to us if we have to have a meeting or whatever, and then we'll also provide comments. Our next meeting is the 17th, right, Mr. Cates?
That's correct.
And the public comment closes on the 22nd, I believe. And so at the 17th meeting, we could provide public comment.
I noticed, I think that his presentation was the 20th, September 20th. Not 22nd.
Right. If it starts on the day the newspaper was posted, then it would be the September 20th. If it starts the day after, I'm just not sure with the BIA what day the time actually started. So
regardless, if we meet on the 17th, we can meet the 20th or the 22nd.
Yeah,
right?
20th I think is a Sunday.
So we don't work? Okay. I don't know, does the board want to make a motion to that, or do we just, is the staff agreeable to moving forward the way we've indicated?
I would think that's a good way to go, just to move forward. We've reviewed it, and then we can come back to it when something concrete has to be established.
Okay, and if, obviously we'll be taking public comment through phone calls and emails, and so we'll have more public comment on it. So if, Mr. Taylor, are you okay with this?
Sam Taylor on behalf of Douglas County. Yes, Mr. Chair, I'm comfortable with this process you've just outlined.
All right. Mr. Maxwell, we appreciate you attending and throwing out some willingness to negotiate with us, and we appreciate your time. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for your time, and thank you for inviting me, and look forward to working through this with you guys.
Thank you very much. All right, gentlemen, then we'll move on to item number 8. Let me pull that up. I see Mr. Frisbee's already pulled up. Yeah. Can you take that off the screen first so I can pull this up? Take the shared screen off. Thank you. Let me pull it up. Okay, item number 8. For possible action, discussion to adopt ordinance 2020-1573, a zoning map amendment from A19 agricultural to 19 acre minimum lot size to PF public facilities for approximately 3.91 acres. The subject property is located at the northwestern intersection of Zero Lane Road and Hayborn Road in the Minden Community Plan area. The applicant is the town of Minden, town manager J.D. Frisbee. The property owner is Park Ranch Holdings, APN 1320-32-501-021. This is the second reading. Mr. Booth, on behalf of Community Development, J.D. Frisbee, on behalf of the applicant. Welcome, gentlemen.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission. This is Sam Booth for the public record. I have a presentation. If I can share my screen, Chairman.
Please do.
Okay. This is just the title of the item as you just read it, Mr. Chairman. This is a zoning map amendment for the town of Minden. And as you stated, J.D. Frisbee was the applicant on this item, and he is also on the line and available to answer any questions. And quickly, I'll just go through some of the highlights of this application. This is a map of the property here, just zoomed out to show you the location of the property and in town here. You can see 395 is west of the site. The site is highlighted there in yellow and is 3.91 acres in size. It's located at the intersection of Zero Lane Road and Hayborn Road. Essentially, Zero Lane Road ends at the property, and Hayborn Road right of way is on the east side of the property. Although you can see from the image here, Hayborn Road is not constructed all the way up to the edge of the property there. This is within the Minden Community Plan area. I have another image of the site here. Zero Lane Road is highlighted in red, while Hayborn Road is highlighted in yellow on the right side of the image there. You can see the proposed site, and it's 3.9 acres, highlighted in white. They're about the center of the map. In the foreground is the Hayborn Meadows Phase 3. That subdivision, and you can see as it's building out, and do apologize, this is about a fall of 2018 photo, so there has been new development since then and more construction in that area. And at the top right of the image is the property owned by Park Ranch. Kind of the top left of the image there is the Alton Anchor property. Let's see here. The master plan future land use of the site is receiving area. It's highlighted on the map in orange in that color. It's the same for the properties that are all adjacent to it. It's receiving area for Hayborn Meadows as well as the Anchor property. You can see just that area there on kind of the east side of the property, and then south of the property, the right of way doesn't have a color to it. So that is pretty clearly shown the right of way for Zero Lane and Hayborn. The zoning of the property is A19, agricultural 19 acres, minimum lot size. The proposed zoning by the applicant is PF, public facilities. Douglas County Code defines public facilities zoning as the purpose of this district being to provide areas for needed present and future public facilities. And I have highlighted at the bottom there, or underlined, that the public facilities zoning district is noted in as being consistent with all master plan future land use designations. You can see additionally the Park Ranch to the east is also Ag 19 acres. Hayborn Meadows to the south, as well as the anchor property to the west there, are SFR 8000 being the zoning. So the applicant, the town, has submitted a conceptual site plan for the property. You can see their intention is to develop a well house with a generator, parking area, potentially a detention pond on the site, but it is for the future use as a town well site. And Mr. Frisbee can speak further to that when he's up, but this is the conceptual site plan, at least, that they submitted. The application today is just for rezoning the property. As far as utilities are concerned on the site, it's again, it's located within the Minden Community Plan area. This is within the future urban reserve area with the Minden Gardnerville Plan for Prosperity. However, the site would still need to be annexed into the district when future development of the site occurs. And the town has supplied will serve letters from Charter, Southwest Gas, NV Energy, MGSD. And MGSD in their will serve letter also indicated that the site was in their service area, but if future services are requested, they will need an annexation agreement to serve the site. It's pretty quick and about it for me, gentlemen. The findings for approval are in your packet. Would note they're on packet pages 675 through about 677. Staff and the Planning Commission believe that the findings can be made to approve the zoning map amendment, and staff had recommended approval. The Planning Commission heard this item at their July 14th meeting and approved this by a vote of 5-2. There were 2 nay votes there, as I indicate, which were member Mark Nedenrip and member Dave Acola. As I recall, member Acola's concerns were with the availability of water and just the possibility or ability to drill a new well on the site. And Mr. Nedenrip had questions or concerns about TDRs being used on the site. In your packet, on page, with your findings there, starting on about page 675, I have some images showing that it is not uncommon for public facilities zoning to be surrounded by other zonings similar to this, being an agricultural zoning potentially on one side and single family residential. Again, as I noted, the master plan says that the public facilities zoning is compatible with all future land uses, underlying future land uses. And so I pointed out some examples of other Minden Town well sites that are in neighborhoods or on the edge of neighborhoods in agricultural areas and those type of things that are very similar to this site here. The first example that I gave that comes to mind is the town well site that's at the north end of Windhaven that exists on Ag 19, or at least surrounded to the north, east, and west by Ag 19 zoning, and to the south by the Windhaven subdivision. As I alluded to, Mr. Nedenrip had concerns about TDRs. In my presentation to the Planning Commission, I noted that TDRs are not required for this rezoning. The master plan, as well as county code, have discussions about when TDRs are required to be used. And the TDRs are required for commercial development or for residential development and industrial development. And the master plan and county code call out the number of TDRs that are required for those. For commercial and industrial development, it's 10 TDRs per acre. Residential development, of course, it's just for the number of units that are established. But there's no discussion of a requirement for public facilities. My analysis of past applications similar to this, we've not required TDRs for a public facility zoning. And then additionally, would note that there is no increase in density by establishing the well site on the property. So with that, again, I believe the findings can be made. The Planning Commission believed the findings could be made, and therefore they recommended approval to the Board of Commissioners.
Thank you, Mr. Booth. Mr. Frisbee.
Mr. Chairman, how are you today?
Fine, thank you. How are you?
I'm great. I guess I just add a few things. As always, Sam did an excellent job.
I can't hear you.
Can you get closer to your microphone?
Sorry, my normal unit wasn't working today, so I'm put an audible in place here. Can you hear me better?
Yeah.
A little bit.
Let's see if I can turn my mic up. Sorry. All right. So Sam did an excellent job. Pretty straightforward application for the town. Sam, if you could you share your screen one more time, please?
Yes.
And pull up page 3 of your presentation. Right here. So to help give the commission a kind of a better idea of what the town is trying to achieve here. So the town currently has a well site that we received in the development agreement in the onset of the Hayborn Meadow subdivision, also known as the Ranch of Gardnerville, which you see in the bottom of that picture right there. You can kind of see the edge of the new pond that Gardnerville has created. Our current well site is at the other end of that pond. So you can't see it in this picture, but it's to kind of give you an idea of what we're talking about. It's always been the town's desire to relocate that into the Minden town boundaries. And so we've been working on this for some time. We looked at several other sites. This site ended up making sense for many reasons. Logistically, it's right in that main line going out to that subdivision, and also to the north where that subdivision will be someday. It also is a zoning that is out of compliance. It's an A19, it's a 3.1 acre parcel. So we kind of feel like we're killing two birds with one stone here, cleaning up some undone items. And so the town goal is to relocate the well site. We're not looking to add a well site. So we would, if this site is deemed feasible with some future, maybe some pilot holes, some test holes, we would abandon the other site, just due strictly to proximity and necessity. We don't need more sites. It is not the town's desire at this time to drill a well. We don't need it. Our water analysis shows that we have the capacity to provide water to not only our current customers, our vested customers but also, in the future, we did it out to 65. So we did about a 40-year or 45-year plan, and ran some numbers just to make sure, with this receiving area coming to the town boundaries line, that we could feasibly supply water to that someday. So we don't have a desire at this time or any time in the near future to drill a well. It's just nice to be proactive, to get a site secured. If there ever was an emergency, we had a well go down or a series of wells, it would be nice to have something to fall back onto. You always need redundancy. That's something the state's always harping on us. And so that's mainly the driving factors, is to have future plans here, and also to get it within the town boundaries. So with that said, I'm available for any questions you may have, Mr. Chair.
Gentlemen, questions for Mr. Frisbee or Mr. Booth? Commissioner Engels? No?
Sam, you want to stop the share screen sharing?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Walsh, you have a question?
No, not really. I mean, I think, this is good long-term planning. I think there was a comment back in the Planning Commission back in August that this was going to serve the park development, as we just heard from JD They have plenty of water to serve these developments. This is a backup, maybe a 45, 50-year plan to build it, but they need to get the zoning now so that they can secure it, make sure that nobody else builds something else on it.
Well, I have two questions. The first is Zero Lane Road. There was a long discussion a couple of years ago about Zero Lane even being built. One of my big objections to Zero Lane is not only the fact you have to cross the meadow and you got to get permission from the state to do it, but the other thing is, in order for people to get out of onto 395, you're going to have a stoplight put in, another stoplight on 395. And the discussion was you needed a second way out of that housing development. And so a second way was defined as going up Hayborn. You're showing Hayborn as a road. Why are we still talking about Zero Lane?
Who are you directing your question to, Mr. Chair?
You, sir.
That may be better suited for community development. I will say it's on your transportation plan as a collector road. So I believe that's one of the reasons why it keeps coming up, and I would believe it is a necessity when this subdivision Hayborn Meadows build out. You know, we don't, part of the plan in your transportation plan, and Tom Delaire could speak more to this, that is used to help eliminate some of the volumes that may be coming out of Buckeye or maybe coming out on Gilman. So your studies show Zero Lane being a collector road and a necessity at that point. So
yeah, but that was without Muller Parkway being completed and Muller at the top of Hayborn being completed. So either the transportation plan needs to be updated, or we need to actually come up with, at one point they wanted 10, I think it was the county engineer wanted 10 culverts to span the meadow there, which makes it, you know, financially not feasible. Who's going to put that in there? So this needs to be resolved. I'll give that mission to Mr. Delaire.
Yeah, we are working on a plan for that, Commissioner Pinzel. We've analyzed Buckeye Road as an emergency access port, and we'll be bringing that item back to you guys because it was something that the board has made a decision on and supported back when the proposals were done for Zero Lane, and so the developer was required by this body to install that Zero Lane over the top of the floodway. So the original plans were submitted and permitted back, I want to say in 2008, prior to the floodway being adopted, I believe in 2010 or 11, and they never built the road. So had they built it back in 2008, this would be a non-issue at the moment, but it's a current problem today, and we are working on a solution. We just need a couple of a couple more people on board with as far as the developers go, and then also we're working with Todd Carlini at the fire department on a plan for the emergency access at point of Zero Lane. So. Where did he go?
Chair, can I ask a question? Where'd he go?
I think the chair's gone. Go ahead, Mr. Ingalls.
Where did the name Zero Lane come up? It's like xylene. It's like some sort of chemical or something.
I would dare say, Tom, and I may be speaking out of place, is Minden's streets are numbered, you know, first, second, third, and that's kind of the boundary line always determined between Gardnerville and Minden. And so I'm wondering if it has some ties to 0, 1, 2.
Why don't we change it to something more Western, like Whiskey Lane or something like that?
I like the ring of that.
All right, I'm just being facetious. Good presentation.
Are we without a chairman?
He seems to have disappeared.
Yeah, it looks like we lost him.
Yeah, Natalie Wood for the record. He is, I'm not sure what happened there. So Vice Chair, do you want to take over until we can get him back on? Or do you
Sure,
guys wanna
absolutely.
recess?
Are there any further questions or discussions from board members? Well, seeing none, I'd entertain a motion. Wes, if you're talking to us, Wes, you're muted.
Hate it when that happens. I move that we adopt ordinance 2020-1573 presented on the Planning Commission's recommendation of approval, the staff report and presentation and public comment.
Second.
Okay, there's a first by Commissioner Rice and a second by Mr. Engels. Is that correct?
No, it's okay.
Yeah. Okay. All right. All right. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any nays? No nays. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Mr. Walsh.
Okay, Commissioner Pencil is back now, I see.
Yeah.
Did you hear that motion and
Yeah, and I voted with it.
Oh, okay, cool. Thank you.
Okay, so that's item number 8. We'll go to item number 9. Obviously, my battery ran out.
As long as
It's not
it's
the
the one on your pacemaker, that's all we ask.
Yeah. See if we can pull up item 9 now. Okay. Item 9. For presentation only, reports and updates from county commission members concerning the various boards and or commissions that they may be a member of or a liaison to, or meetings, functions they have attended. And a note that those meetings and functions can't have over 25 people at them. I just added that it isn't there. Anyway. Who wants to go first?
Chair.
Oh, go ahead, Mr. Engels.
I attended a couple town hall meetings, Gardnerville and Genoa, with the Open Space Initiative group, and to help them answer any questions that the board made decisions on. And one of the things that was interesting, and they didn't know this, back when Commissioner Walsh and all of us were looking at it, Commissioner Walsh made the point that using the sales tax rather than any other tax, the tourists would help to pay for the open space initiative. Anyway, the point is that everybody and all of the boards and all the townships were in favor of it. So we're getting good general support. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that report. Anybody else? I know I'm seeing no's all the way around. All right. Up, Commissioner Rice.
Hi there.
Hi there.
We had the Lake Tahoe state by state meeting with all of the elected officials, and so we had a parade of Democrats. I'm sorry, of elected from California and Nevada, and it was the usual rah-rah thing. So there's not a whole lot to report from that. The Tahoe Transportation District is still working on a plan to have free transportation throughout the Tahoe Basin. And it's a very ambitious plan. And it was part of the final agreement for the event center. So there will be still some problems with the new ownership of the Harris and Harveys because they require them to have paid parking. And they're finding out in Las Vegas, paid parking doesn't work out too well for the casinos because people who have cars can go elsewhere. So that's something that's still being worked on. But the South Shore Transportation Management Association has restructured their governance, as it were. So I am now even though they request me to be in attendance, I no longer have a vote on their board. So it'll be interesting to see what they come up with. And they're still talking about having a fee to enter the Tahoe Basin, which I think will fly like a rock, but we'll see what happens there. End of my report.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Rice. Anybody else? All right. Well, if there are no further questions, comments, or items from commissioners, meetings or things that they've attended, then we'll ask Ms. Wood to open the closing public comment line.
Natalie Wood for the record. I do have 4 voicemails received, so I will start playing those.
It's 4:44, just for a time hack. So go ahead and play that.
My name is Beth Hajnowski, Hojnackce. I'm calling regarding item 3, the Agrhoods Economic Vitality Project. A couple of considerations. If you just want to sell crops, create a co-op. People have been doing that for hundreds of years, and they pool their resources, and they're very successful. Number 2, most of the people that come here to buy homes are not looking to pick crops. You need some more industry, some way to bring down the housing prices so that the people that are going to be buying homes here are going to be working here. And yes, they might be interested in a healthy vegetable or something now and then, but to support a whole crop industry is very doubtful. Sounds a little socialist to me, kind of like Animal Farm. Thank you. Bye.
Okay, next.
Ellie Waller, W-A-L-L-E-R, closing public comment on Agrhoods. If this is just a strategy, how is Park Development's preliminary plan way underway with a diagram in public domain? What Mr. Jacobs presented today is very different than what I think the Park Development proposal is. Agrhoods, like affordable and achievable housing definitions, are not in place, murky at best. Parks Development seems a whole lot different, and I do not believe that a development agreement is enough. Whilst the process of planning and staff and community development is working with the park people to cover what an Agrhood is. I'm back to if Park Development is coming forward before this strategy is in place, as Mr. Jacobs presented, could be 2 to 4 years. When will policy and goals specifically for this park Agrhood be put in place? Thank you.
Next.
Hi, Jack Bender, Jackbender, 1561 Amber Rose Drive. I was reading the Secretary of State's website. $8 million was appropriated in 2017. Some of the counties already purchased voting machines with that money. It says in total that 16 counties bought Dominion voting machines, except for Carson City, who purchased another election system software. Well, that's 17 counties. and that's 17 counties in Nevada. So if Douglas County has already purchased, why is this on the agenda for deciding if they are going to buy Dominion voting system software? And why are we doing this so late in the game? This same company sold voting machines to Georgia and had terrible, terrible lines because of software issues. And they bought it, you know, close to the election, and we're close to election. So I don't understand what Douglas County is doing except causing headaches. But if they have already purchased them, like I said, why is it on the agenda? But also a very good something to read and take account is an article in Forbes by Jody Westbit and it documents how easy it is to hack voting machines because they all are hooked to the internet. They say they're not, but at some point in time, they're hooked to the internet, and that allows someone to hack in and change, and that could be sitting there dormant until the election day and then turned on. So that's my comment. Thank you.
Next.
Jim Slade. As you may know, the Attorney General determined that the Minden Town Board and Planning Commission both violated the open meeting law last year in discussing the Park Ranch Master Plan Amendment and Development Plan in an item that was supposed to only address the Master Plan map update. That was well beyond what is required to be a clear and complete agenda item. This board also violated the OML for the same reason, and I filed a complaint to that effect, but the OAG has not acted on it yet. During my comments at the Minden Town Board meeting last July, I suggested that the Director of Community Development, Mr. Dallaire, had violated the open meeting law by addressing issues well beyond the supposedly clear and complete agenda item. Mr. Dallaire, who was seated right behind me, laughed out loud at my comment. Not only was his reaction unprofessional, but he was wrong, as determined by the Attorney General. Mr. Dallaire's obstinance and wrong-headed approach forced the Planning Commission and the County Commissioners to rehear this item, due not only to the open meeting law violation, but also a failure to follow the personal notice requirements for a master plan amendment, as well as his working closely with a clearly biased and apparently unethical deputy DA who was terminated for her actions. The county charade that the rehearing was to foster public confidence was false and misleading. It was due to violations of law. While Mr. Dallaire brought a flawed agenda item to the Minden Town Board, the Planning Commission, and this board, it is up to you and your attorney, however, to make sure that it doesn't violate any laws. You failed in that duty. Due to that, you had to rescind the actions taken and start all over again at great expense to the county in time, energy, and dollars, and wasted the valuable time of the Planning Commission, the board, and many members of the public. Mr. Dallaire, to my knowledge, never apologized to the Planning Commission, the board, or the public for having wasted our time, energy, and money. He should have. He again showed his inability to interact in any meaningful way with the public. In my experience, he never responds to emails from the public. His public presentations are almost never completed in a timely manner and are usually provided only in spoken comments, not in the agenda packet, as should be the case in order to allow the board and the public to see the information ahead of time. He has delegated nearly every presentation to Sam Booth, who is a better communicator. In private enterprise and other governmental entities, Mr. Dallaire would already have been relieved of his job. County manager should seriously consider that option.
Okay, that's the last public comment received, and it came in at 3:20 p.m.
Okay, and we'll wait 5 minutes. It's 4:51 and 4:56. See if we get any more. see by the clock on the wall that it's 4:56. We've received no new public comment. Is that correct?
Correct. No additional public comment.
Thank you, Ms. Wood. I appreciate you monitoring that for us. Any final comments from commissioners? Seeing none, I declare we are adjourned. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, Mr. Cates. Thank you, Mr. Ritchie, and thank you, commissioners. Have a good night.
Chair.